Good morning and welcome to the annual New York conference to mark the departure and the exile of the Jews from our countries. This conference is organized in collaboration with the Dahan Center at Bar-Ilan University, Touro University, the Ben-Tzvi Institute, the Sfarad Heritage Project in New York, the World Zionist Organization, and the Ministry of Diaspora in Israel. Usually, now we have the pleasure to be hosted by Touro University. Till now we were in Maryland, Baltimore, in Manhattan with the Sephardic Federation Center, with the Jewish History Museum, and now we are glad to be with Touro University. The Honorable Mr. Ophir Akunis, Consul General of Israel in New York, my dear friend who is representing now Rabbi Moshe Krupka, and I mean the Dean here in Touro College, Dr. Henry Abramson, Ms. Michal Sloni Kababia, the Director of the World Zionist Organization in the USA. I would like to start with a blessing to the brave soldiers who are fighting to protect the state of Israel and its citizens, and to express our condolences to the families of the soldiers who sacrificed their lives for the country. I would like to offer a prayer for the return of our hostages and to say a chapter of Tehillim for their self-return and also for the speedy and the full recovery to our wounded soldiers and civilians who were injured during this war. So if you want, you can sit down. If you want to stand up, I would like to say together a Perek Tehillim. שיר המעלות ממעמקים קראתיך אדוני, אדוני תשמע בקולי, תהיינה אוזניך קשובות לכל תחנוני, אם אדונות תשמוריה, אדוני מי יעמוד, כי עמך סליחה למען תברר. כי ביתי אדוני, כי ביתה נפשי ולדברו אוכלתי. יחל ישראל אדוני, כי עם אדוני החסד, והרבה עמו פדות, והוא יפדה את ישראל מכל עוונותיו. Please be seated. Today in our conference, we are going to listen to lectures about diverse communities in the Arab lands. The main question is not what is unique about these communities in terms of communal life, social and spiritual leadership, creative culture, and the contribution to the Jewish people as a whole. Rather, what happened to this community that disappeared in 35 years. These communities continued for 2,000 years and ended in a short period of time. The hard question is, how did this happen? If recently, especially recently, the Jews were able to live comfortably in their communities, both from economic aspect, religious aspect, and the educational aspect. On the day of the discussion, 1947, the discussion on the resolution at the UN about the establishment of the State of Israel, the Egyptian representative, Mr. Hassanin Haikel, said, and I'm quoting, if you accept this resolution, all the Jewish communities in the Arab lands will pay the price, and pogroms will start in every land. That's exactly what he said. And indeed, it happened in every Arab country. In every country, the Jewish people paid the price. In Syria, right after the resolution, by December 1947, the Jewish quarter was on fire. 75 Jews were murdered and hundreds were injured. In Egypt, in Cairo and Alexandria in 1948, during the whole year, there were pogroms during which 150 Jews were killed or kidnapped. In Iraq, who has heard about the Farhud that left 180 Jews dead? In 1950, the government decided that anybody who wants to leave the country will lose their citizenship. And then, of course, the Jews who left Iraq lost all their positions, all their properties in the country. 1943, in Libya, that's even before the revolution, 130 Jews were killed, but the whole situation continued. In 1948, there was another pope. Can you raise this one? 1967, another one. In 1947, in Aden, I want to replace it if you go. 82 Jews were killed during riots, and even in distant Morocco, 42 Jews were also killed in Oujda and Jarada in 1948. So in this manner, I could have listed country after country and studied all the pogroms and the hits of the Jewish community, which eventually led to the living and the exile of almost 900,000 Jews. Whole communities suffered from persecutions, harsh pogroms, and ethnic cleansing that led to the wiping of the entire communities in these countries, while leaving properties and financial possessions of more than $150 billion. It's only one estimate. Some committees that even have a higher number. All these is untold and is unstudied at all. 900,000 Jews left or were exiled from the Arab countries compared to 500,000 Palestinians. 900,000 compared to 500,000 that left Israel in the 1948 War of Independence, and the whole world heard about them. But very few heard about the close to 1 million Jews who were deported or left Arab countries. And in fact, their historical story is not really told, even in Israel or in the world. 500,000 of Palestinians with the help of the UNRWA and the UN institutions turned off over the years into 5 million, so they say even 6 million in the refugee camps, which UNRWA and the UN institutions prefer together with Arab organizations to keep them as refugees. And this was the state of Israel was dealing with the thousands of Jews who arrived from Arab countries absorbed them, integrated them into Israeli society.
Very good, thank you.
Another word, and I want to continue with this story.
Now he has a Mac. Okay,
Facts,
so he
but I
doesn't
would
have
like
that. We have
to
to open it up.
continue with the other.
It is open, it's running, so you just need to show which one to show.
It's not coming up.
We are obliged to incorporate this issue at the front of education and propaganda in a more comprehensive way, including digital systems and social networks. First and foremost, we must perform a thorough integration of this issue, the issue of expulsion and the portion of the Jews in the education system in the country, every community, as well, of course, all the educational institutions in the world, with the support of the government, the Jewish Agency, the Zionist organization, and all other branches. It is necessary to strengthen and cooperate with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in its activities among Jewish communities in the world, in organizing conferences to mark the day of the expulsion and the deportation of Jews from Arab countries, and Iran also. The academic and the higher education institutions must take responsibility for investigating and exposing and studying the history of the Jewish communities in the Arab countries. And of course, integrate the subjects into the university curricula that my friend, Dr. Henry Abramson, is starting to work on. That's also a beginning. It's not another word that we have to make sure that this issue is always in the discussion, in the programs, in the curricula. Otherwise, it's really injustice to the story of the Jewish people from Arab countries. And it's a big mistake also that we're paying now the price in front of the Palestinian propaganda. And this conference, hopefully, will be one of many that will advance the study of this important issue. In conclusion, I would like to thank all the participants in this conference. Thank you to Touro University. Special thanks to the Dean, Dr. Henry Abramson, who really spent a lot of time and worked with us very hard to get the crowd, to get the program. Unfortunately, we don't see, but I believe that for the next year, we'll go back and see more students coming from different systems, from different schools and universities that will be with us. Thank you, Betsy Institute in Jerusalem, our partners not only for this conference. As a matter of fact, we are partners dealing on many issues that deals with the Jewish history, especially the Jewish history and the culture creative of the Jewish people from the Arab lands. Special thanks to Sarina Rofe, who worked very hard in organizing this conference. Sarina Rofe representing the Sephardic projects, and this is not the first year that we are working with her. Thank you, Ms. Michal Kababia, that's representing the World Zionist Organization. The World Zionist Organization is supporting us for the last years in every conference that we organized. It was in Baltimore, in Maryland, in New York, and now we are here in Flatbush, in Brooklyn, with Touro University. And thank you, of course, Mr. Yaakov Haguel, the chairman of the World Zionist Organization. Thank you to the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs who are supporting us, at least for the last few years, and I believe that it will continue. Last but not least, thank you, our beloved staff at the Dahan Center, Mrs. Ora Kovalkovsky, Ayelet Chazan, and I wish us all an enjoyable, much as we can, and successful conference. Thank you very much. Now I have the pleasure and the honor to call upon our guest, Mr. Ophir Akonis, who is the Consul General here in New York, Consul General of Israel in New York. Mr. Akonis, bevakasha.
Thank you so much, Imon. Dear friend, actually we served together in the 19th Knesset for almost 2 years. It was a pleasure to walk with you. It was one of the, still, but then as well, was one of the kindest members of the Knesset, and it's not so easy as you are, especially in the Israeli parliament. מיכל קבביה, נציגת ההסתדרות הציונית, דוקטור הנרי אברמסון, Ben-Dor Yemini is here with us, and you will actually will hear him talking about the Jewish Nakba in our countries, but I want to say a few words, Shimon, with your permission, about Ben-Dor. I know Ben-Dor for 20 years or something like that, but he was the first, I can use actually the famous sentence from Israel, the first to recognize. Actually, Ben-Dor, you are the first to recognize the huge and dramatic problem among the campuses and universities around the world, in the United States and in Europe as well. I suppose that he will talk. He wrote a famous book in the name of Industry of Lies, and you will hear him as like, I like the employees of the consulate last week, and I'm doing it almost every day in his very, very interesting articles in Yediot Achronot. And I'm so very glad to see you all here. And of course, all of you, dear guests. It's very important conference. But before we'll talk, and I will be very short about the conference itself, I would like to start with a call to condemn the terrible decision of the ICJ, the court in The Hague. And my expectation from all the Jewish organizations here in the United States to condemn and act against the decision. And believe me, the decision will not stop Israel. And Shimon just said that we are sending our condolences to the families in Israel. Every family, every soldier is the whole world. And I actually, Ben-Dor, you heard it from me, I went to almost 60 shivas in Israel when I served as a minister in the Israeli government until the cabinet appointed me as a consul general here. It's very sad. We were crying together in their living rooms, in their backyards. I saw the pictures, happy pictures with the family, with the girlfriend, with their babies. We're defending ourselves. And I don't think that we have even one reason to apologize. We didn't start the fire. In October 7th until actually it was 6:30 in the morning when I heard the sirens in my home in Tel Aviv, and the others actually attacked, brutally murdered by the vicious Hamas and Jihad Islami, and some of the actually just citizens of Gaza Strip, then they broke the ceasefire. So if someone here in the United States, in the United Nations, in Europe, if they are calling for a ceasefire, I want to say to them, there was a ceasefire until October 7th, 6:30 in the morning. We are not for wars. We are looking for peace. We are seeking for peace. But first of all, we must defeat Hamas, defeat them, like the Americans defeated Al Qaeda. That's what happened. If someone wants to compare, please be my guest. I can compare. You defeated Al Qaeda. Why? Because they destroyed, they ruined the World Trade Center and other places, the Pentagon and other places around the country. So we are just doing the same thing. And as I said, we have nothing to do in Rafah. Bendel knows it. We have nothing to do there. Just one thing. To defend our people. In the kibbutzim, around Gaza, in the Moshavim, in Sderot, in Ofakim. I think, Shimon, you used to live in Ashkelon or Ashkelon? Where do you live?
I teach now.
And you're a teacher in Ashkelon, okay. So it's very close.
Yeah.
It's nearby. And they attacked Tel Aviv and Kfar Saba and Goda Sharon. And they are attacking right now the Upper Galilee. Is the Upper Galilee is under occupation? Is Ashkelon is under occupation? Is Gaza is under occupation? Actually, we left Gaza in 2005. There are 0 Israelis there. There's no synagogues. There's no cemeteries. Nothing. And still, they decided to start a very vicious and cruel war against our citizens. According to the conference, you're right, Shimon. Actually, in the very first years, and more than the establishment of the State of Israel, most of the Israelis didn't know about actually the departure and exile of the Jews from Arab countries. Yesterday, I went to the Greek Jewish festival in Manhattan. I'm from a Greek family. The Israelis did not know about the Holocaust in Greece. They did not know about the departure and exile of the Jews from Arab countries. Why? We should fix it. And you know, the way to fix it is one way. Actually, eventually to fix all our lives. Good education. Education is the most important thing. Because as you said, now, Shimon, the Palestinians and their supporters here use their lies against us. But if we will not educate first of all ourselves, our communities, our people, they must know the facts. And then it will be easier to stand against them. Because we can hear, as Bendel wrote 20 years ago, 22 years ago, as far as I remember, industry of lies. And the world should know what happened to the Jewish communities in Iraq, in Syria, in North Africa, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, in Yemen, and the other places. So I think that you are doing a great thing here. Here now with Michal and the Histadrut Zionit, with Yad Ben-Zvi, with the Han Center, with the Bar-Ilan University, with you, Dr. Abramson, with you, Ben-Dor, with all of us, actually. We will educate the most important thing now is to educate the next generation. This is the most important thing in Israel as well. I have to tell you, I must be honest. I never served as a Minister of Education. I just appointed as Minister of Science and Technology. And then in the very first day that I started to work in the Ministry of Science and Technology, I said, we are here to educate the next generation. So I was responsible for science, technology, innovation. So I did it. robotics, AI, and the other issues, science, of course, math, English, but our history and our roots is the most important thing. And I want to actually to appreciate the fact that you are here today, that our next generation will know the truth about our history. It took 70 generations after Churban Bayit Sheni, 70 generations. It's a unique story. It's a miracle. We returned to our homeland. By the way, we actually revived the language. It was Ben Yehuda. And we are here. And we are here in the United States, in Israel, in Europe, in other places, as well as one nation. And as I used to say, the Minister of Science, ancient nation with great future. Thank you so much. תודה. ובהצלחה. תודה. תודה. תודה רבה. Thank you so much. I must leave this. Scheduling this. Bye. Thank you so much.
Thank you. תודה רבה. Thank you very much, Mr. Ophir Akonis, Consul General of the State of Israel here in New York. As I said before, to start the work and to reach this situation that, thank God, we can really be blessed by the fact that in Israel, the last conferences were full of students from high school, the higher classes, of course, and our conference ran between 400 up to 1,000. And you can see that more schools, more and more are involved in this story. And it's very important. And you can see also that the students, they are bringing to these conferences their stories from their families. So I hope the same thing will happen also in the United States and also in other countries, that all the youth will be aware of this important Jewish history. And as a matter of fact, in Israel, it's 50% of the nation. This is the story of 50% of the nation in Israel, in the state of Israel. You can't neglect it. You can't tell. You cannot tell the story if you want to feel that you are part of the people. If you belong, if you share something, you must get also your place to tell your story and to integrate into the national Jewish history. So I'm glad that Mr. Akonis really honored us. And I want to also to present now, to introduce Ms. Michal Kababia, who is representing the World Zionist Organization. As a matter of fact, she's the director here in the USA. And the World Zionist Organization passed a resolution in the active Zionist Committee, Avad Hapoel Hatzionit, to invest time, efforts, and to help in financing activities and conferences talking about this issue. So I'm glad to introduce and to call upon Ms. Michal Kababia. Bevakasha.
Thank you, Dr. Shimon Chaimon, Dr. Henry Abramson. Thank you for this such an important conference that we're gathered here We gather here today to remember and reflect on the often forgotten story of the departure and exile of almost 1 million Jews.
What do you mean?
It's not on the other.
This is a crucial chapter in Jewish history and a significant
Well,
impact on our
share
nation.
screen in order.
The stories of those who were uprooted from their homes resonate deeply within our hearts.
No, it's okay. I'll do it quick.
Their journeys were marked by courage, loss, and unwavering determination. From Baghdad to Cairo, from Aleppo to Aden, hundreds of thousands of Jewish families faced adversity, yet they carried with them the flame of identity and heritage. They left everything they knew and had to start anew in the young state of Israel. The rich culture and heritage they brought with them contributed significantly to the building of modern Israeli history. Their story is an inextricable part of the Zionist narrative, the Jewish story. And today, more than ever, when millions either deny or appropriate our history, we must educate and speak about the Jewish Nakba. And as Shimon said, and the ambassador said as well, it must be at the center of Zionist education, both in Israel and in the US. It has to be. It's the center of Jewish education in general. We must find creative ways to reach Generation Z, both Jews and non-Jews, through TikTok, Snapchat, or whatever the latest popular social media platform is. Yep. This is the way to reach them. And I've spoken about this with people in the government of Israel and also with the heads of the WZO. We must find ways to invest in social media. This is the way education is key. And the way, whether we like it or not, the young people are educated today is not only in schools, but on social media. It's crucial for the world, especially the young leaders of tomorrow, to know the story of expulsion of Jews from Arab countries and the contribution of Mizrahi Jews in Israel. Understanding this story is the key to breaking the lies that anti-Israel activists and our enemies have been spreading like wildfires. For a long time, as Ben Dol Yemeni has warned about for the last couple of decades, and most recently in the last year since October 7th, we've seen what's been going on all over. Understanding the story will reduce anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, and it will help protect the state of Israel and Jews around the world. We must invest in this. It is the key to, I think, saving Israel and saving the Jewish people. And I urge you, thank you for what you all are doing. And I urge everyone here to do what they can as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Michal. And I look forward to work with you for the next activities, Be'ezrat Hashem, here in the USA. And now, I have the honor to introduce a friend who I met about 6-7 months ago. And I'm really pleased to work with you, Henry. I believe that we have really a good start at the beginning here in this neighborhood. And from now on, I would like to probably will see more and more youth coming to our activities. Dr. Henry Abramson is the Dean of the Touro University, and representing, a matter of fact, Rabbi Krupka is supposed to be here with us, with the executive director of the Touro University. So I would like to call upon Dr. Henry Abramson.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ohayon. I will not speak very long because we have a very learned presentation coming up, but I have to first off give my thanks on behalf of Touro University to Professor Ohayon for asking us to give us the scoop of being the host of this remarkable conference that is so timely. In fact, it is actually somewhat overdue because we had originally planned this for November, and unfortunately the events of October overtook us. We had to replan the entire thing and so on, but Jews are an extremely inventive people. Resilience is our middle name, and so we are so grateful to be here today. I must also give special thanks to someone who did most of the actual legwork for our comfort today, and that is Ms. Jamie Venezia. I'm not sure if she's here right now. Venezia was hugely responsible working with Serena Rope to set up a lot of the background and so on, and I'm very grateful for her help. So I'll just speak for a couple of minutes. As you may have guessed, I'm actually not Sephardic. I'm not from Arab lands. You can probably tell by my Lithuanian manner, and my, Lithuanians are known for their fashion sense and things like that. But this is an extremely important topic, and later today at 2 p.m., I will be speaking on this topic, integrating the history of the Jews of Arab lands in Jewish historiography as a whole. And so I'll be approaching this a little bit more from a general Ashkenazic viewpoint. Why is it that we don't have more consciousness of this incredible event, the so-called Jewish Nakba, in general historiography? And I hope to address that very briefly later today. But let me begin with a joke, and then I would like to share with you 2 maps, and then I will turn the podium back over to Professor Ohayon to introduce our main speaker. The joke goes like this, and it is one of those jokes that, although it is clearly Ashkenazic in orientation, it is universal in its scope. And I heard it when I was doing my dissertation research in Kyiv in Ukraine. And at that time, the former Soviet Ukraine was enduring incredible hardships and shortages and so on. And every store in the area, in the city, had tremendous lineups, something called a cherha, huge lineup of people would stand outside every morning waiting to buy whatever it is they want to buy. And as we know, of course, the Soviet Union was made up of many, many nationalities: Russians, Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Latvians, Estonians, Kazakhs, Uzbeks, Tatars, and so on, all these different nationalities. And the joke goes like this. So there's a cucumber store, and there's a big cherha outside filled with hundreds of people that are around the block waiting to buy cucumbers. The manager opens the store, the shutters, and he says, 9 o'clock in the morning, we've just learned that the shipment of cucumbers is delayed. All Jews leave the line. So what can they do? There's nothing to say. So the Jews, they pick up and they sort themselves out and they go home. Everybody's waiting, another hour goes by, he opens up the shutters and comes and says, we've just learned that one of the cucumber delivery trucks has broken down on the highway. All Soviet citizens from Central Asia, please go home. Kazakhs, the Uzbeks, the Tajiks, what can they do? They're next in line, they have to leave. This happens several times until finally he opens up the windows and he says, we've just learned the last truck of cucumbers has been hijacked by the mafia. No cucumbers are arriving today. Everyone go home. So 2 absolutely pure ethnic Russians are standing in a line, and Ivan turns to Petro and says, you see, the Jews get all the breaks. You can't hear it, by the way, the people on Zoom. It's thunderous laughter in the room. It's an Ashkenazic joke. Maybe this audience doesn't, but that's the point. The Jews get all the breaks. And we're going to look at that particular phenomenon in today. I'm going to introduce our speaker with just 2 maps, which are actually at the beginning of my presentation. I think they will frame this debate for much of what we'll be discussing over the day. The first map is something that you may have seen in various propaganda, Palestine shrinking, expanding Israel, and it gives this representation of Israel as an imperialist society. On the left, 1918, you see that the light green is all Palestine, and there's tiny little bits of Jews in the little black pockets. And then move to the right, you see 1947, small demographic scattering of Jews, primarily on the coast and in the Galil, but mainly it's all Palestine. Of course, I'm just describing the maps as they want you to understand it. Then by 1960, you can see that the Jews have somehow massively taken over a big chunk of ominous black territory. And then finally, 2017, after the Oslo Accords and so on, they're eating away at the regions of Gaza, Shomron, and Yehuda, or the West Bank and Gaza. And this is like meant to portray the Jews as like creeping imperialists stealing away land that does not belong to them. But at the same time, this image, which essentially shows a kind of ongoing Nakba, this is another map that is hardly ever shared. And this is the map that we're going to be studying today. This is the map that shows the sheer scope of the expulsions, the intimidation, the forced migration of Jews from across the coast of North Africa and through the Middle East, virtually emptying these lands of Jews, many of these countries having hosted Jewish populations for literally millennia, and then in the scope of 2 decades, completely erased from the map. So really, we're going to be focusing on this map. It cannot be understood without seeing the previous map and understanding what's the purpose of that previous map. I hope to return to this topic later today. I hope some of you will still be with us at that point, and we have some of the students joining us as well. But for now, I want to thank the Ben Zvi Institute and the many sponsors for choosing Touro University as a fitting venue for this important conference. Thank you very much, and I hope we have a stimulating session.
Thank you, Henry. That's exactly what makes me happy. To see one of the organizers takes it seriously and right away is working on integrating the issue into a curriculum. So I hope that we can see more and more schools and professors working on this issue and integrating it to their curricula at the schools. Now, we would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Chaim Saadon. I said that we are working together for many years, the Dam Center and the Ben Zvi Institute in Jerusalem. We are working together, and I am proud that we have 2 representatives here. Mr. Moshe Zafrani, who will lead also later the last session, and Professor Saadon, that also will be starting our conference by his presentation. Professor Chaim Saadon is a professor emeritus at the Department of History, Philosophy, and Judaic Studies at the Open University, and also the director of the Center for Documentation on North African Jewry during World War II at Ben Zvi Institute in Jerusalem. He is the founding editor of the Jewish communities in the East in the 19th and 20th centuries series of books at Ben Zvi Institute in Jerusalem. He has received the Shaul Ben Simchon Prize from Ben Gurion University, the Gaon Prize for Research of the North African Jewish Heritage and the President's Prize in honor of President Yitzhak Ben Zvi for research of the communities in the East. Professor Saadon will speak about, topic is, who will be the last Jew in Arab countries, to understand the process of ending the Jewish presence. Professor Saadon, bevakasha.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shimon Ohayon, and thank you to all the organizers for organizing this very important conference. In these days, it's not so obvious that it's possible to organize such a conference in the United States. So thank you very much for your host, Dr. Abramson, and thank you, Shimon Ohayon, and the Exile this organization for your support. So I was asked to give the keynote and to introduce the project that we are doing at the Wednesday today. So I will begin with some data about the story of the expansion of the Jews from Muslim countries. What can we do those data? I will try to define what I call the problem, and I will talk about the complexity of this phenomenon, and then to some patterns of demise of the Jews from Muslim countries, and what are the causes of this demise. So let's begin with the data, please. You have here the most important data, I think, from 1948 to 1975. Those data were taken from the American Jewish Yearbook which was published regularly every year and publish update data on the situations of the Jews over all the world, mainly, of course, in the Muslim world. And those data were cross-referenced with all the data, with some demographers that were on the subject. So the data should be seen mainly as an expression of trends, not the process itself, but the trends of the process. And we have also data, we have data from 1976 to 1996, and we can see the ending of the story of the Jews in those Muslim countries, and then, of course, from 2002 to 2010. That's why I asked to call my lecture, who will be the last Jews in Muslim world, because there is today some Jews that are still living in those countries. And if I want to sum up, to give an overview from 1948 to 2010, I think that those numbers reveal all the story of the Jews, of the expansion of the Jews from those Muslim countries. And I think that something is very important to see, that there are countries in which we don't have any more Jews, like Libya, Iraq, etc. And two countries, Iran and Turkey, the only two non-Muslim countries, non-Arab countries, that Jews are still living in those countries. What does it mean? This is something very interesting. So here you can have some conclusion to see the differences between 1948 and 2010, and the questions of the number of Jews that left in those countries. And this is, I think that when we are talking about these mass migrations from certain areas in a very short time, 30 years, about 30 years, we can call it a phenomenon. For the historians, it's very important to define it as a phenomenon, and then we will have to understand what's the meaning of this phenomenon. And the essence of this phenomenon is immigrations. I said previously that I'm talking about expulsion of Jews, but it's not so simple. I think that immigrations, and perhaps something in it, I will try to explain it. So what about the complexity of this phenomenon? I think that there is a debate between the researchers how to call the phenomenon. I wrote it in Hebrew and in English. I hope that the translation was good enough about liquidation or itchaslut, diminutions of the Jewish communities, emptying or zoknut, the word of displacement. In French is déracinement. I think it's more, it's a good definition for the end of the existence, the deportations, the exile of the Jews, immigrations, and aliyah. What are the differences between them? And then there is new definition for this process. It's return ethnic immigrations. This was in an article that Professor Sergio Della Pergola, I think one of the most important demographer today, wrote an article, a very interesting article about what's the meaning of return ethnic immigrations. And if you want to compare it to other immigration that were from other places, in other countries in the world, I think that this is the most important, this is the most accurate definition of this phenomenon. So, but we have questions about this phenomenon. It's not so simple. What was the active role of the Jews in this process? Did they were indifferent to the process or they were active? What about the differences between the communal decisions and the individual decisions? So I think that for the first time, and this is the importance of all the issues that we are dealing with today, I think that the first time in the history of those communities, I'm talking about the community, the Jews in the Arab world, the Jews became an active actor in this process. An active actor in this process. It was not before, as far as I know, the history of the Jews in Muslim world, and I think that I made something in my professional academic career on this regard. This is the first time that the Jews took the role to decide about their future. And it was just perhaps, I don't know if it's a miracle or coincidence, that there was a solution for their situations. That's mean the creation of the states of Israel. Professor Shoaki wrote in one of his books in 1948, it is really a miracle for the Jews of Morocco that they could leave Morocco and go to Israel. It was not so obvious 10 years before. And believe me that I researched this period, very that amazing period. And so we have to make some comparative analysis to other immigration at that time. So if I want to go to the complexity, the questions that must be asked, here I wrote some questions that I think that they were not researched enough in the works that my colleagues are doing, and I think that we have to find some solution, some more information about those questions. And for the complexity of the phenomenon, I have 3 or 4 slides that try to explain it. First, I will try to know what was the role of the Jewish community in this process. It was amazing to know that in the archive, the communal archives and the public archives in Israel or elsewhere, you cannot find any decision of the Jewish leadership in those communities in regard to this process. Were they indifferent to this process? Does it mean something to them that Jewish are just coming and living in a country like this? It's not a simple thing for them. The only place where you can find some reference of the Jewish leaderships in those communities is when they talk with the Jewish, with the JDC, the Joint Distribution Committee, about the funds, financial funds that they need to preserve the order in the community, the order population in the community, to create some senior houses for those who will be staying in the community, but not more than this. So the Jewish communities, the Jewish people in those countries are now very active in the process, and the Jewish leadership is not active in this process. And I think that this is something that we have to learn more about this. I can compare it to what happened during Second World War in all Muslim countries. I think that this is approximately the same phenomenon. And there is also the questions of the local government. Not in all the places are the same local governments. For example, in North Africa, there are the colonial regime, the French colonial regime, in Italy, in Libya, the Italian colonial regime, but there is also the Muslim regime in most of the countries, in the Middle East, and etc. What was their attitude toward the immigrations, the departure of the Jews from their countries? Did they encourage it? Did they try to stop this process? And why? Why did they do it? Who did it exactly in the ministry? I know very well the case of North Africa from 1936 to 1970. The local French authorities didn't pay attention to this phenomena of the departure of the Jews from those countries. Why? We have to research it. The archives today are open, and I hope to accomplish this mission. And what about the local society? What was the reactions of the Muslims? The local society, what was the reactions of the political parties during this period? Those are very important questions that should be asked and should be researched by the scholars. And who else was involved in this process, in this immigration process? For example, the Israeli officials, like the Jewish Agency, the Israeli Mossad, the Israeli political parties, they were all involved in some part of this process. What was the role, the exact role of their work in those countries? The Israeli Mossad is not opening its archives, so we don't know exactly what happened. We have only interviews with some Mossad activists that were in those countries and are telling the story of what they did during this period, but not the official attitude of the Israeli Mossad. It was not so obvious that they are going to do it. And of course, the Jewish organizations, the OZE, the Jewish healthcare treatment of the Jews, OZE in France, the JDC, the World Jewish Congress, HIAS, and other organizations. What was their exact role during this process? Some more questions that I have. Is it really one process in each of those countries? For example, if I take the example of Morocco, in Morocco, I will try to show you later, there are differences between the first period of illegal immigrations from Morocco, then from the selective immigrations to the mass immigrations of 1962 to 1965, what we call Operation Yazid. Those are different process. So when we are talking about the demise process of the Jews, are we talking about the same process in all the countries, or we are talking of one process in each country, or many processes in many countries, in different countries? This is not the same thing, and we have to look at it very carefully. What are the stages of the demise of the Jews, of those Jews? It's very important, and we have to look at something about the patterns of immigration. I think that I can recognize today three patterns that are important to understand the subject, the phenomenon. First, what we call the demise of the communities from 1948 to 1951, the case of Iraq, Libya, and Yemen. What we call the selective immigration from 1952 to 1956, mainly in Morocco, Tunisia, and small in Iran, and the illegal immigration from 1956 to 1967 from Morocco and Tunisia. Let's begin with the first pattern, the demise of the communities. I don't know if the word demise is the exact word. In Hebrew, we are talking about chisul hakehilot, but chisul, it's alienation. Alienation is a very hard word. I didn't want to use it, but this is the some characteristic of this demise process of community. It was a very fast process. In 3 years, most of the Jews would leave those countries. And almost all the Jews left the country in Libya, in Yemen, and in Iraq. We will read today a lecture about Iran. The process was a result of an assumption that there are political changes in those countries, and the Jews must leave now the country. And the establishment of the state of Israel was another cause to this decision of the Israeli establishment to try to take all those Jews out of the country. Most of the Jews arrived to the new country, the new nation that was built to Israel. Just a small number left to other places, to other countries, but most of them come to help Israel. The Jewish agency in the state of Israel played a very important, perhaps the most important role in this process. But it's amazing that there was an indifference of this Arab society to this process. We don't think, I'm showing you in a minute some data about it. There was no any special objections of those countries, of those societies to what happened in those countries. So, I will try to take one case, the case of the Jewish community in Libya. So it's a very interesting community, a very small community of about 3,000 Jews. They suffered very much during the World War II because of the battle that were on the ground of Libya. And then the riot that came in 1945, 1948, and if I want to go further, even in 1967. The only Jewish community that suffered from 3 pogroms during this small period of 30 years. And here we have some photos from the riots of 1948. Graves of the What was interesting in the case of the Libyan Jewish community is the process that the UN that was just established tried to undertake to the future of Libya, which means the independence of Libya in 1951. And here we have some very interesting photos. This is the visit of the minister, of the head of the Department of Aliyah in the Jewish Agency, Tzhak Rafael, here in the balcony. Yes, here in the balcony. And we have this very interesting photo of the mass of the Jews coming to hear in 1948, end of 1948, to hear his lecture, his explanations about the states of Israel, but it was taken from different angles. So you can see it, the youth movement here. The youth movement are coming to protect the lecture of Tzhak Rafael, and the mass that are coming. This is the same photo that was taken by the same photographer from different angles. And here we can see the Jewish women waiting with desperate possessions to the ship that will come to take them. You see the Jewish are going to the port to transfer their property, and the Arab that are working in the port that are taking the property of the Jews to ship that came from Haifa Harbor to Libya Harbor to Tripoli regularly. And it's very interesting why they help them to do it like this. And we know that all the ships of Tzim at that time just came to the port of Tripoli and took the Jews from there. And we have the care, of course, of the Oza community that took care of the children because of the regulations in Israel during this time, and the help of these women. Lawyer Ellen Kazes Ben Attar, that was the JDC representative in North Africa during this time, that helped the organization, the JDC and all the organizations to do it. So we have here some treatment pages and photos. The second pattern is what we call the selective immigration from Morocco, Tunisia, Iran, and Turkey. This was part of the decisions of the Israeli government and the Jewish Agency not to bring all the Jews at that time to the state of Israel. There is a lot of debate and research about what's the meaning of the selective what we call selection in Hebrew. In this immigration, I don't have time to talk about this.
That's another story.
That's another story. And then we have the illegal immigration, mainly from Morocco, and we can see the numbers of Jews that left Morocco during this period. So the question is why the Jews left those countries. And there is several explanations that we can have. Some of them are the decolonization process, the riots that we were talking about it, at the introductions of Dr. Shimon Ohayon, but the economic potential of immigration in Israel, it's the differences between their life and what they regain when they are coming to Israel, the degree of modernizations among the Jews in comparison to the Muslim society. The Jews were in a higher level of modernization from the Arab society, and it was very difficult for them to stay like this. And what was the role of the Jewish embassy in the encouragement of the Jews to live? I tried to make all the data that we have about the violence in Muslim countries. It's very important, it's very interesting to see, but as I want just to I will show you some photos, then I will go to one conclusion that it's about, this is the photo of Baghdad, the only photo that we have from this photo in June 1941. This is the digging of grave of those who were killed in the pogrom of Aden in December 2nd, 1948. This is another photo from Aden in 1948. And this is the only photo that we have of the Six-Day War riots in Tunisia, very important photo. But the question is, what is the connections between those riots and the immigrations of the Jews at that time? I make in my research, I try to find the connection. I think that there are only two places, two countries in which you can find a direct connection between the riots, the pogroms, and the immigration of the Jews. One of them is in Libya after 1945 and 1948, and one of them is in Aden. In Morocco, only in 1955, after the riot in Petitjean, the Jews began to leave the country because of other processes like the decolonization process of the French during this period. So this is a very complex story, it's a very complex issue to research, and we have to see all the dimensions of the story of this demise of the communities. There is a lot to be said about the questions of decolonization and its impact on the North African Jews, about the Zionist factor. Did really the Zionists encourage the Jews to leave those countries, or the Zionists helped or saved the Jews from these situations? And I will try to conclude in one conclusion that I have, that it's very important for me to say, and I think it's coming to what we are talking about in this conference. I think that our problem today is that the youngs in the Arab world don't know what really happened to the Jewish communities. They even don't know that Jews existed, lived in those countries. And they think that Jews and Muslims never went together, never contributed to each other. This is something that we should talk about it, and we should try to show a lot about the Jewish contribution to the Arab world. Economically, I think that in Morocco there is an Arab phrase that says that a market without Jews, it's like a gun without bullets. Okay, so we have to talk about the Jewish presence and Jewish contributions to the Muslim world, politically, culturally, even politically. I think that the Jews were an important role in the developing of the political parties, the communists, the socialists in those countries. All of that are the contribution of the Jews. But the young generation today is not aware to the role of the Jews during this period. So I have just אני מציין, המצגת של בן צבי.
לא, זה אי אפשר.
לא, זה שנייה אחת, ממש שנייה. אוקיי. At the Letzny Institute, we developed a website. You can see it here. This is a website telling the story of the demise of the Jews from Muslim lands. There is a lot to be. Now it's only in Hebrew. You can find it at the website of the Letzny Institute. We hope to translate it to English, and we hope that the scholars will give us their articles and try to that this website will be the home of all scholars and the public to tell the story. And if it will be also in English, French, and Arabic, I think that we are going to do a very important work. Michal talked about the importance of the website. This is part of our work at the Bentley Institute, and I hope that we will do it. So thank you very much. I'm sorry for very long.
Thank you very much, Professor Chaim Sadon, for all this elaboration of all the dimensions involved in the departure of the Jewish people from the Arab countries. I would like maybe just to add, Professor Sadon, with your permission, please. Professor Chaim Sadon. Professor Sadon, with your permission, I would like to add another dimension. The role of the Arab League. The role of the Arab League, because I know
This one? Nagba?
your research and your position, of course, and your point of view. I don't want to compare it with Professor Trigano. Let's see first on the other side, elaborating from the religious, Muslim religious point of view. But I think we do not have to forget the role and the task of the Arab League pushing every country,
right now.
even Morocco, they can say. When Nasser came to Morocco, people were afraid even they told them, stay home. Nobody's allowed to get out. And everything is because of the Arab League. You know, I know that you are the professor, you are the one who is elaborating all these dimensions. It's very, very important for us to know and to study it. But I think we have, especially these days, with the Palestinian propaganda, to try to emphasize the process and the role of the Arab League on these countries. Arab League pushed every state, every Arab state, not to accept, not to let the Jews to have any contact with Israel, not to leave the country, not to make Aliyah. And by the way, by the time people felt
I'll get it when you finish it.
and
I'll get it out when you finish.
of course, they left, but even they do. They
Until
didn't
I
have
was planning
the
to
wrongs, they didn't have rights, they didn't have problems. But
Yeah,
the
you
whole
can do it.
field was changed under this pressure, and this is what caused also that after 30 years, all these communities disappeared. It's not only because of the Zionist movement, of course, but there are some factors that were working, and that's why I'm asking also to try to put, and I'm not the only one saying that the roles of the Arab League between 1947 up to even to the 80s. Thank you very much for the wonderful, for the really the elaboration. And now I would like to pass and to continue our conference and ask Dr. Henry Abramson to lead the next session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now, this is my first Sephardic conference, but do you all like go straight through with no breaks? Is that like a thing? I would propose that we take at least a,
It's a Sephardic conference, but try us already.
okay, Avidish, I think we should probably take a 10-minute bio break for reasonable. Okay, so it is, so we are going to begin at 12:15 promptly. Let's please have your take advantage of, we still have some muffins, things like that. We'll begin at 12:15 promptly. Thank you very much. Yes, that's perfect. So you have, I don't have, thank you.
Why they started 75 years there? 75 years later. And then they should hide. Trying to do that to Israel. I should remember that. Yeah. And not even right? Later on, and that was what it had to do with him of the remember that. Remember, I don't know. You know, my parents, I know that quickly after. When you got married, here. Yeah, I don't think we can get back there. Straight, like, you know,
I'm sorry, I can't speak to right now. I apologize. Ah, you know.
Yeah.
Nothing, nothing, nothing. Come on. Do start. We're going to unmute this speaker. What about the, I need the presentations. It was the PowerPoint presentation that, this one here, this, that has the,
Right click, so
this is the one that is coming up, right? I'm sorry, I can't speak with you right now. I'm with the technical issues.
well, you need to open it. What I suggest, and so it's taking another screen vision as an option. So close it and just right click show.
And do that show thing.
Right.
Okay, well, hang on.
It will-
Let me make sure I got my Zoom going. There's
It basically is the same app, but it takes one screen less. Let's put it this way.
okay, show.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Right, and now let's, I've got to
Now you need one to
maximize
set.
this.
You just want to share screen.
Yeah,
And select which one.
good, okay. Whew. Okay, let's hope
Now,
for the best.
check it out. Click on it. All right.
Right click on.
Just click on it.
Yep, okay. Good, okay.
Because it makes active only whatever.
Would you all please take your seats because we will be beginning momentarily. One second. We also have a tent card for you here. Welcome everyone to the second session. I'm hoping that we will begin on time, and we will. I will have to end on time because I have a quick Zoom I have to jump into at 1 p.m. precisely. One of the challenges that has been raised by several speakers over the course of our first session is that we obviously have a very active role to play as historians and as scholars in communicating the key matters of this conference to the larger public. We've discussed briefly the question of social media. We talked about the propaganda war. And in many ways, this is not what I signed up for when I went to graduate school. As a historian, my confidence that I would be only dealing with things that are firmly located in the past, as having already been done and over with, but as we have seen so many times since October 7th, as William Faulkner put it, the past isn't over, it isn't even the past. We're still dealing with the history in a very real way today. And in that context, I'm extremely delighted that Professor Hapoayon has invited a very prominent journalist to present his findings with us today. Journalism and history are really very related fields, although journalists play that crucial role in communicating what may be dry archival scholarship, as specialists only who enjoy that kind of material, and then making it accessible to a wider public. So in this context, we're going to invite Mr. Ben-Dror Yemini to speak. Mr. Yemini is a researcher, speaker, and a senior editorialist with the Hebrew daily Yediot Aharonot. During the last 10 years, Yemini conducted much research about anti-Israeli propaganda. His latest bestseller, Industry of Lies, was published in November of 2014 by Yediot Sfarim, and in English, in Portuguese, and in French in 2020. Mr. Yemini gives lectures at a lot of leading universities and parliaments, and he argues that anti-Israeli propaganda is becoming a real threat to free thought and to the freedom of speech, something which I hope to share with you in my presentation later. It's definitely something which is affecting our sister campuses around this country. And one of the biggest obstacles to reconciliation and peace is, in fact, this series of obstacles that are coming with contemporary propaganda. Mr. Yemini's articles are published in many leading newspapers around the world. Please welcome Mr. Ben-Dror Yemini.
Thank you very much. I would make the university, thank the Ex-Prosecution and the Hannah Center for organizing this highly important conference. Yes, I want to speak about the Jewish Nakba. It's a term that I coined something like almost 20 years ago. What is Jewish Nakba? I have to tell you something. I was a lawyer, and then I moved to be a journalist, a researcher, a figure. And the problem of journalist is that the definition of a journalist is someone who knows almost nothing about almost everything. So I tried not to be. I tried not to be someone who knows that little about so many subjects. So I concentrated in what I call today industry of lives. Industry of lives. Now, when I'm speaking about industry of lives, and it is also, of course, about the story of Nakba, Palestinian Nakba, Jewish Nakba. When we speak about it, we have to speak from a very informative point of view, not from a political point of view. Because when we are becoming politicians, it's fair enough, but I'm not sure that we can really deliver the realities. What is it? What you're talking about? When I coined the term Jewish Nakba, many people did not understand. Right now, many people use Jewish Nakba, yes. But we have to understand, first of all, what we are talking about when we are talking when we are speaking about the Jewish Nakba. I have my own definition. I mean, we can of course improve it. Persecution, pogroms, flight, expulsion, and exodus of Jews from Arab and Islamic countries against the background of the Zionist enterprise and the Israeli Arab country. So many people actually who left because of the conflict, because of persecutions. They are part of what we should call Jewish Nakba. I'm showing you this picture, and why I'm showing you this picture? This picture is of my grandparents. I give a lot of lectures here in the United States, in many universities, concerning what they say about Zionism, colonialism. I guess you're all familiar with this kind of propaganda. Without Israeli propaganda. Oh, Zionism is colonial. No, Zionism is not colonialism. I'll tell you why Zionism is not colonialism. I mean, there are many reasons. It could have been a different lecture, which I'm not even going to give, but they can, like Muhammad, arrive to the land of Israel, and then immediately after the First World War. Actually, they came because in Yemen, where they came from, there was the orphan decree, which means Jews, young Jewish children, could be forcibly converted to Islam. They escaped Yemen. They escaped, actually. And they came to the land of Israel. Now, for me, there are not, of course, many people were like this at the time. They are not colonialists. They are not colonialists. And the whole story about Zionism as colonialism is a blunt libel. Jews escaped. Jews were looking for something, I'm not going to speak about it. But people who were survivors of the Holocaust, they are colonialists. People who escaped pogroms in East Europe, they are colonialists. What are you talking about? Okay. In order to understand the background of what we're speaking about the Jewish Nakba, we have to understand the atmosphere and the background of that time. For example, Mufti Khatam Hussein, who was actually the leader of the Arabs of Palestine. I'm not even saying Palestinians. You know why I'm not saying Palestinians? It's very strange. It's very, for some people, it's even confusing. Only the Jews until 48 were Palestinians. My parents who grew up under the British mandate, they were Palestinians. The Arabs were Arabs. It's not clear, I know, it's confusing a bit. But every Jewish institution in that time was called Palestine something. Palestine Bank is the national bank of Israel today, Bank Leumi. And Palestine Post is the Jerusalem Post of today. And all the money was called Palestine Aleph Yud, which means Eretz Israel, the land of Israel. And many times I participate in panels when they present Palestine, whatever. Here, this is a proof that there was a Palestinian entity. No. Everything which was called Palestine at that time was Jewish. It's not clear. People don't know it as part of the industry of lives that I'm speaking about. And it goes on. Again, in order to understand the atmosphere, the founder of the Muslim Brothers, biggest movement, Hamas of today, is a kind of chapter of the Muslim Brothers. And Hassan al-Banna, the founder of the Muslim Brothers, he declared in 47, if the Jewish state becomes a fact, the Arab peoples will drive the Jews who live in their midst into the sea. And it's going on and on and on. The Secretary General of the Arab League declared upon, if there will be a Jewish state, there will be extermination of the Jews. And it's going on and on. Fawzi al-Qawqji, the head of the Arab Liberation Army, he spoke about the only option is the extermination of every Jew, both in Israel and in all Arab countries. And it's going, so many declarations, so many threats. And yes, it's something which appealed once and again to drive the Jews into the sea, including, of course, the Jews from Arab countries. And it's going on and on and on with so many declarations of high officials, diplomats from the Arab states about actually extermination of Jews, totally ignored. And we can go on and on with the decision of the Arab League that actually Jews are going to pay the price if a Jewish state will be declared. And a lot of riots, I will skip it because Professor Sarno already spoke about it, about so many riots against Jews in Arab countries. So I'm speaking about the atmosphere. Of course, Baku, Egypt, many people who Libya that Professor Sarno spoke about, and so on and so on. And I skip it because Professor Salomon spoke about it. But when they came to Israel, by the way, the Jews from Arab countries, they live in Ma'abarot. It's very interesting because the translation of Ma'abarot is transit camp, okay? Not refugee camps. It's very interesting. Why? Because of the very simple reason, because when they came to Israel, they were part of the state. It's only for different time. I mean, for a short time, they will be in this situation, transit camp, not refugees. But they were refugees. Let us have no mistake. They were refugees from our countries. And when we consider what they left behind, it's not me who did the work, it was Sidney Zaburdov speaking about the values of today. The Jewish property that was left behind is something like $9 billion in terms of today, and Palestinian property 6 million. So it is under debate. I have a kind of just we should be very cautious about those numbers. But needless to say that in many places, not in every country, not in every country, not in Morocco, not in other places, not in every Arab state, property was confiscated. But in many places, yes, it happened. And I skip it because we spoke about altogether. We're speaking about there is a kind of small debate about the numbers. How many Jews became refugees? Yes, about 850,000, comparing to something like 711,000 of Arabs who became refugees. Now, it's very interesting because if we calculate only the lands that were left behind by Jews in Arab countries, we're speaking about more than 100,000 square kilometers. The portion of Jews in the Arab lands. Why it is important? It is important because many times we speak about what happened to the lands of Arabs who left Palestine, left or were forced to leave during the Nakba. This portion is 4 times of the size of Israel today. 4 times, speaking only about Jews from Arab countries. And we can continue with what happened with the Nakba. For Israelis, the Yom HaAtzmaut, the Independence Day, it's of course a kind of celebration. For Palestinians, it's a Nakba. But the same newspaper, New York Times, they published it, and we saw already this headline. They themselves in 48 published about the great danger of Jews in our countries. And we can go on, but what was there? Because the main issue is not to speak about what happened to Jews, but what I want to do is to zoom out in order to understand the whole phenomenon. And when Zionism began, there was not any Palestine, just to bear in mind, because many people think, oh, Israel occupied Palestine. Never happened. There was this piece of land was called Palestine maybe by the Christian world, not by Jews and not by Muslims. And as you can see, it's Wadiat, Sanjaks districts under the Ottoman Empire. And in order to understand what was, there are many sources, but the most reliable source about what was in Palestine in that time is the Palestine Exploration Fund that was established in Britain. Why? Not because of political reasons, they wanted to explore the Holy Land. Nothing political, not in that time. And you can see what was Jaffa, for example, what was Jerusalem, for example, in that time, speaking about 1870, about. And only the old city. In the old city of Jerusalem, Ha'ir Atika, as we call it, there was a majority of Jews in that time. There was a majority of Jews. And what was Jaffa? There was not any Tel Aviv. You can see a small piece of land in the second half of the 19th century. What you see in red, this is the old city of Jaffa of today. And we can go, oh yes, it was decided upon to establish a Jewish state, Jewish homeland, and we always remember the Balfour Declaration. And we think, oh, here is a superpower, a colonial power, declaring about something against the native Arabs. No, it's not the story. It's not the story, I'll tell you why. in order to understand what happened in that time, you have to understand that we are speaking about the end of the 19th century. We are speaking about the beginning of the 20th century. What happened in that time? How come the Jews that were persecuted many generations, hundreds of years, how come that they wanted Zionism only at the end of the 19th century? Why? Why not before? And before, by the way, there were many Zionist Christian movements. Jews did not participate, but it's another story. But why Jews wanted Zionism in that point of time? I'll tell you what. In that point of time, most of the world that we know was actually ruled by empires, colonialism, imperialism. But in that point of time, one more thing happened. Many peoples were striving for independence, for liberation, no more colonialism. And as part of it, actually, Jews argued, we are persecuted two times under the empires and also under the national movements. So we need also self-determination, just like many other nations were striving for. And you cannot understand the Balfour Declaration without understanding the international atmosphere of the time that supported actually self-determination. And before the Balfour Declaration, there was a declaration of the French foreign minister, the Cambon Declaration, forgotten a bit. But even the Balfour Declaration that came immediately after, a few months after, was, yes, thanks to Chaim Weizmann, the leader of the Zionist movement, but also because of the efforts of Nahum Sokolov. Nahum Sokolov was the diplomat. The diplomat, I need something like more 7 hours, but I have only 5 minutes. But it was expected, it's okay. So actually, Nahum Sokolov, he went from capital to capital in order to achieve the recognition in self-determination. And he achieved. And he achieved. But the whole idea of Zionism and the whole idea of the Balfour Declaration is not a colonialist declaration, but the opposite. Against colonialism, actually. Self-determination focus. And later on, it was the 14 points of Woodrow Wilson that actually approved the idea of self-determination. And at the beginning, even the Arab leaders, there was not Arab state, there was an Arab leadership. All the international agreements were with the Arab leaders, for example, Hussein ibn Ali from Saudi Arabia of today, that welcomed the Jews. He welcomed the Jews, and it was even agreed upon by his son and Chaim Weizmann that this will be the land that will be allocated for the Jewish state. What you see in red, bigger than the big Israel of today, the great Israel of today, even bigger. It didn't work out. It was not carried out because many other reasons that we will not get into. But as I told you, a lot of empires collapsed. And instead of so many empires that collapsed, what was created is nation states. Now, during the process of dismantling colonialism, a huge wave of population exchange was carried out. Greece and Turkey were speaking about almost 2 million people, and so many people, we cannot even, I don't have the time to go to each case, but so many, millions, actually had a kind of, let me call it, Nakba. In Europe, in every corner of Europe, there was a kind of Nakba. Not only in Europe, by the way, but so many Nakbas, actually. And I skip it because we don't have time. I will leave you the material so everyone that really wants to go deeper will be able. It was not only carried out practically in every country, it was even recognized by the international community. This person, for example, Fridtjof Nansen, he received the Nobel Prize for Peace because he conducted the population exchange between Greece and Turkey. And the highest international court of the time, Permanent Court of International Justice, decided upon that this is the best way to solve problems. And we can go on and on, even Arab leaders, and Winston Churchill spoke in the parliament about transferring people. Now, Arab leaders recommended population exchange. I don't have time to go to each one of them. Altogether, we are speaking about almost 70 million people that were uprooted in Europe, in Asia. Why? Because nation states were created. And nation states did not like minorities. And so many people were forced out. Now, out of the 70 million, let me tell you, no one is a refugee today. No one is a refugee today. Except one people. Except one people. Palestinians. Palestinians are now almost 6 million people according to UNRWA. It's a lie, by the way, but we don't have time to get into it. But according to the official number of UNRWA, we are speaking about almost 6 million people. I will skip it because I want to, I know that I have to end my lecture. I want to get to something which is highly important. By the way, there is an impact of the whole story of Nakba on what we see right now in so many universities, speaking about 48. Yes, what about the Jewish Nakba of 48? They ignore it. Why they ignore it? Not because they are anti-Semites, because they don't know. People just do not know the realities. And we can go on and on and on and on and on. We don't have time to go for all of it. I just want to go to the... I was lower. I was lower. No, what I want to say is to finish my presentation, after what I will say a few more hours, with two things. We cannot see it on the screen, but first of all, there was a beginning of recognition. There was a beginning of recognition. For example, even Jimmy Carter, not a pro-Zionist, as we all know, spoke about the Jews from Arab countries, and he declared whatever will be given to the Palestinian refugees should be given also to the Jewish refugees because of the conflict. There was a declaration of Bill Clinton, the same kind of declaration. So there was a declaration of the Prime Minister of Canada. But we cannot, unfortunately, we cannot see. But let me tell you one more thing. I mean, let's not delude ourselves that there will be compensation to the Jews. There will not be. That's why I'm saying that there will not be, even if there is a huge difference between the Palestinian Nakba and the Jewish Nakba. Why there is a huge difference? There is a huge difference because Arabs declared war of extermination against the just born state, against Israel. They invaded the day after the declaration of independence. People who attacked people who declare extermination do not have the right for compensation. We don't have to apologize about the price, about the Nakba. No, no, no. If you were defeated after you wanted extermination, don't ask us to apologize. Jews, on the other hand, that left the Arab countries. Some of them left, some of them were expelled, some of them because of the atmosphere, some of them because of the riots, some of them because of the pogroms. Jews did not declare any war on the Arab states. And yet they paid the price. So yes, Jews deserve compensation. But let me tell you, it will not happen. It will not happen. It will not happen because there isn't one decision of the Human Rights European Court, which is the highest and most important international court. And they decided upon because of a legal claim of refugees from Cyprus who were forced to leave the Turkish side of Cyprus today. And actually, the decision was that they have no right, not for restoration, not the way they wanted it, and not for the right of the law. So let's not delude ourselves. First of all, legally, Palestinians, needless to say, have no right of veto, even according to the international law. I know that they are lying endlessly in the universities. I know, because this is the main demand of the BDS of this movement. But let's not delude ourselves. After so many years of being outside of a country, does not give you the right for compensation. It will not happen. What we have to know, what we have to know, what we have to know, the weaker,
the ones here, who is not here, the lady? Yes,
propaganda.
sure.
It's a weapon of facts. So many people out there that demonstrate against Israel, that speak about the Palestinian Nakba, have no idea about the Jewish Nakba, which was much worse in many aspects. We have to teach them, we have to educate them with the real information. We don't need lies. We do not need lies. And I think our contribution, the contribution of this conference, the contribution of Toronto University and Berkeley Institution and others is the best contribution in order to fight the so many lies concerning the conflict. Thank you so much for listening.
That was a really very powerful presentation. Our next speaker is Dr. Sasha Goldstein-Saba. She is an assistant professor of Middle Eastern Studies at the University of Groningen. As a researcher, her primary interest is the modern history of Jewish communities in the Islamic world and their responses to modernity. The majority of research is based on archival material and historic press publications in English, French, Arabic, and Hebrew, dating from the 19th and first half of the 20th century. Her current research rethinks the connection between transnational solidarity organizations and empire. The focus is on the centrality and agency of non-European elites, thereby challenging assumptions about the center and the periphery within colonial networks. Professor Goldstein-Saba was unable to make it from Groningen to join us today, but she has thankfully prepared for us a video presentation that Professor Zalotnikov is now setting up for us, and so we'll be able to watch her remotely. Let's see if it's running, okay? There we go.
Good afternoon. My name is Sasha Goldstein-Saba, and I'm a professor of Middle Eastern Studies at the University of Groningen. And I'm sorry I can't be chosen today, but I'm very
I'll try. I'll try it again. I'll make it louder. Okay, let's.
PhD stands for push here dummy. We're working on the technical aspects.
Good afternoon. My name is Sasha, and I'm a professor of Middle Eastern Studies at the University of Groningen in the Netherlands. And I'm sorry I can't be with you in person today, but I'm very happy to at least be able to present this small presentation online with the hopes that I can join you in the future for another conference. Today, I'm going to be talking about the end of the Jewish community in Iraq. But of course, to truly understand it, I think we need to understand what this community was, its long history, and its importance. So I'm going to try to connect the dissolution of the community with its history, which I think will shed light onto why the community left Iraq so quickly, and also why we're still truly understanding that to this day. So to put the history of the Jewish community of Iraq in context a little bit, we need to remember that this is an extremely ancient Jewish community who, at least rhetorically, traces its origins to the Babylonian exile. Iraq is the year of the writings of the Babylonian Talmud. It is an important center of Jewish learning throughout history, and Jews in Iraq were very much seen as part of the larger society. They weren't seen as immigrants. They weren't seen as different. Iraqi society in general was a very diverse mosaic of religions and ethnic groups, and Jews represented one such group. In the 19th and early 20th century, the main centers of Jewish life were Baghdad and then smaller communities in Basra and Mosul. The community had ties abroad. It was one of the first Alliance Israeli schools. Alliance Israeli schools to open in the Middle East and North Africa, second after Tetuan. It was actually also the boys' school opened in 1864. The girls' school opened a few years later. It was actually the first girls' school in all of Iraq. In the 19th century, Baghdadi Jews also started traveling to Southeast Asia and then later to Asia, to Southeast, first to the Indian subcontinent and then to Southeast Asia, establishing a very successful trade diaspora. And we need to think about this immigration in the 19th and 20th century, not as unidirectional, but as people going back and forth, as people bringing their families, as these people would make their fortunes abroad and then come back to the community. And this is all very important to understand. This was a community that was constantly in movement, but the movement was also back to Iraq. And Iraq was really seen as the center of Jewish life, in Baghdad in particular. With the end of the Ottoman Empire after World War I, Iraq became an independent nation, right? Prior to that, it was actually 3 Ottoman provinces, Basra, Baghdad, and Mosul. This would become Iraq. And unlike every other country in the Arab world, Jews were universally given citizenship right away in 1924. So Jews were citizens and they had rights. They were one of the most important middle classes in Baghdad in the early 20th century. And about 25% of the city of Baghdad was Jewish in this period. So that really shows you how planted the community was. So this paper considers the dissolution of the community within this context of diaspora and its size, right? So we can think about the dissolution of the communities in the context of Israel, the creation of the state of Israel in 1948, and that's certainly linked to it. But the reasons that the community dissolved so quickly after the creation of the state of Israel actually developed much earlier. So by 1948, there were about 135,000 Jews living in Iraq. But we also have at least 15,000 Baghdadis living abroad. So people who are of Iraqi heritage and who certainly identify with this community. And we can talk about this Baghdadi diaspora as early as the 19th century. But the hypothesis that I put forward for the dissolution of the community is that the Jewish community of Baghdad is dependent on the economic and philanthropic networks which link them to the Baghdadi diaspora and world Jewry. And so what I want to argue today is that when you cut Jews off from their diasporic networks, and when they're no longer able to be part of like global Jewry, it is impossible for those communities to remain, and they will begin to leave. So this is a small map, which just kind of shows you how the Baghdadi trade diaspora worked. If the page was bigger, I would have had arrows that would have gone to as far as, let's say, to the UK, to Manchester, which is another center. And this page comes from my book, so thinking further, I probably should have sent an arrow to Egypt as well. One area of commerce that Baghdadi Jews were very involved in was the textile business. And of course, India was a major center for that, but so was Egypt. And we know that Baghdadi traders were also in Egypt, which was a very heterogeneous Jewish community in this period as well. But in all cases, Baghdad was really the center of the community. And if we look at the population numbers, we can see that the population in Iraq slowly grows, and the population in the satellite communities is relatively stable, although it grows a little bit. And one of the reasons for that, again, is because Jews also return to Baghdad throughout this period. And if we look at their philanthropy, even they're supporting schools and synagogues and cemeteries and charities in Baghdad, because they really see that as the heart of the Baghdadi Jewish community. Now, I want to look at one person to illustrate what I'm talking about. I really like microhistory, and I think it's a different way to approach this, especially for those of you who know a lot about Iraqi Jewry already. So I want to look at a man named Ibrahim Nahum, who was born in the early 20th century, and he's a cousin to the Kaduri family of East Asia. The Kaduris are very, very important. Again, they're one of these families who leaves Iraq in the 19th century and who make their fortune in East Asia. They found, for example, China, power, and light. And the Kaduris fund lots of Jewish schools, not only in Baghdad, but also in Lebanon, in Syria, in Iran. And they need someone to manage all of their philanthropic work in Iraq. So they pick their cousin Ibrahim. And Ibrahim is their agent, and he also represents the Alliance Society Universelle in the Mashraq, right, in the Middle East, the eastern part. And he's Alliance educated. He is fluent in French and Arabic. He is a member of the Lay Council, so he's a Jewish communal leader. And he will even become a member of the Iraqi parliament. And this really shows you that Jewish networks and national Iraqi networks, they're not in conflict in this period. In fact, they work very well together. And he's so important in his role in education, in Jewish education, that he receives the Legion d'honneur. But he will eventually migrate to Israel in 1952. And so I want to kind of look at why somebody who was financially successful would decide to migrate, somebody who was part of Iraqi society. I'll show you one more picture of Ibrahim Nahum. He's in Damascus in 1932. He's the guy with the glasses in the background, and his cousin Forrest is kind of more in the forefront. And what's interesting about Nahum even is that he's somebody who could have gone to Paris because he had a Legion d'honneur, but he actually opts to migrate to Israel. And why would he migrate to Israel? Well, he'll migrate to Israel because that's where all his friends are. That's where his community is reconstructing itself. So why do Jews leave? And why would somebody like Ibrahim Nahum, who is so connected both to Iraqi society and Jewish society, have to leave? Well, I think it's this progression over a decade. And we'll start with the Farhud in 1941, which is an anti-Jewish riot. We know that at least 180 Jews were killed, but I've seen a lot of compelling evidence recently that shows that the number was actually much more. It's very complicated, and there are lots of debates about whether this is the beginning of the end. And I think it is a little bit, but it also isn't. The reason I think it is a little bit is it's obviously the largest act of violence against Jews in Iraqi history. But the reason I think it isn't is because you don't have a large amount of Jews living in Iraq at this time. Why? They can't. It's World War II. It's much more difficult to go to India. Certainly Europe is not a place you want to go, and the US would have closed its borders. So although some Jews do try to leave Iraq after this period, they're not able to. And ultimately, life will improve for Jews in the period following the Farhud up to about 1946, 1947. And it's certainly better than the experience of Jews in other places around the world in this same period, right? So that's why it's not, also the reason it's not as the Farhud is one very upsetting and traumatic event, but there are other smaller events which happened in the 1930s. So this eroding of Jewish security, even kind of in this golden age, is slow over time. So what really happens is this. In 1948, after the creation of the State of Israel, Iraq is placed under martial law and Jews are prevented from leaving the country. Now remember I said many of them are merchants, and being able to travel and buy goods and trade is essential to their livelihoods. In addition to that, Jewish civil servants are overwhelmingly dismissed in the 1930s, and there are quotas set for Jewish students to attend universities. Said merchants, they don't have trade licenses, they can't get out of the country. So overall, economic life becomes untenable. Obviously, people have fears due to political instability, due to potential violence, but I would argue that the state makes it impossible for Jewish life to flourish. Similarly, it's very, very difficult for Jews to bring money to receive remittances from outside the country into the country. And of course, the community was always dependent on external Jewish philanthropy to run its very diverse network of social services. So what will ultimately happen is that the community will unravel and there will have no other place to go but the state of Israel. So if we then return to thinking about someone like Nahum, his whole life is around running a community and running schools. But now it's impossible to get money into the community. There's tremendous instability. And so what he'll actually do is basically help the community close up, and then he will leave for Israel to join his friends and family and rebuild his life there. So a couple of conclusions. As I've said several times, the Jewish community of Baghdad is really dependent on the economic and philanthropic network, which links them to the Baghdadi diaspora. And this diaspora collapses between 1945 and 1951 after World War II. And there are many reasons for this, which have nothing to do with Israel and Zionism actually either, but also have to do with the British leaving India and the partition of the Indian subcontinent between India and Pakistan, and also instability in East Asia related to communism. So the diaspora is collapsing, and the Jewish community is also under tremendously more pressure. And so when these borders are closed, all classes suffer because the wealth can't come into the country, philanthropies can't receive funds, teaching material for staff from abroad, and the poor don't receive remittances from their family abroad either. So as soon as the communal infrastructure begins to unravel, the community unravels as well. And the Iraqi policies don't help this in any way, and certainly add tremendously to the economic and to the political instability and unsafety that the Jewish community felt. So it's really multi-pronged how the community dissolves, but I think by understanding these additional contexts, we can understand how the community is really uprooted so quickly in the period between 1949 and 1952. So thank you for listening to me, and I wish you a very fruitful conference.
Hey, Dr. Elian Robinson has another commitment to give a lecture, to be part of the Zoom session. So I have to take over. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Sasha Goldstein-Saba for her wonderful lecture. She is one of the experts right now on the history of the Iraq Jewish community. As a matter of fact, she is a student of Professor Esther Meir, considered to be the scholar from Ben Gurion University, and she has her PhD by Ben Gurion University, together with some institution also in Belgium. In the beginning, we asked her to be with us, but because of the war, we had to change the date from November till now, till May. Meanwhile, she had another commitment for the same day, but we asked her and she sat down and she made us a special video lecture, and she sent it to us. So thank you very much, Dr. Sasha Goldstein-Saba. Well, the last lecture in our session, I would like to call Professor Carol Basri, please. Professor Basri will speak about Jews from Arab countries, denial of legal and human rights under color of law. Carol Basri is the corporate compliance program advisor at Fordham Law School. Are you aware? New one, but we still a visitor professor at Peking, China. Wow. Okay, it's very important. Okay, for us, we are still, we didn't change it by mistake. But Ms. Basri creates and advises on the curriculum of the Compliance Certificate Program and the LLM in corporate compliance, the first corporate compliance LM in U.S. Law School. She is an adjunct law professor at Fordham Law School and Berkeley Law School, and a visiting law professor at Peking University School of Transnational Law. Mrs. Basri has received numerous awards and honors, including a senior Fulbright scholarship to teach law. She is a member of many professional organizations, including president of the Corporate Lawyering Group, and is a co-chair of the International Legal Education and Certification Committee of the International Section of the American Bar Association. Mrs. Basri has published multiple treatises and handbooks on the subject of corporate compliance. She received a Juris Doctor degree from New York University School of Law and a BA degree from Barnard College, Columbia University, magna cum laude. Today, to mention Columbia University is very, very difficult. Okay. So, I would like to leave the cum laude. It's okay. The cum laude will leave it, of course. The attachment to Columbia University will say it quietly. Hopefully that something will change in Columbia University. So I have the honor to call Professor Carol Basri. Bevakasha.
First of all, thank you so much for inviting me, Professor. Your work has been outstanding, and I'm really honored to be here. Stan Ehrman was supposed to be here, he couldn't make it, but I'm so glad that you called on me, and it was very helpful talking to him. I had some things that I was going to be able to show as slides, but instead I'm just going to talk you through it. And I also want to talk about the current state of affairs that's going on in the world. I'd also like you to know that I wrote a law review article for the Court of International Law Journal on Jewish refugees from Arab countries, an examination of legal rights, a case study of human rights violations for Iraqi Jews. It was done a number of years ago, but I believe it's the only one in the area that's been published in a major US law review. And I would say that it's probably a good idea to take a look at it. And it was used by Yediot Ahronon as a cover story when it first came out. I was very honored by that. Why is it important that we talk about legal and human rights for Jews from Arab countries? Well, first of all, it's important to talk about those legal and human rights because Israel is not an apartheid state. Israel is made up of many different groups, including Jews from Arab countries, and they make up a significant part of the country. Over 50% of the Jews in Israel are from Arab countries or their descendants. This is an important point. Now, they have been indigenous to the Middle East and have had continuous living in Jerusalem, in fact, for 3,000 years. Over 3,000 years, you can find evidence of Jews in Arab countries and, of course, in what we call Israel now. Second, with the Edict of Omar, with the start of the Islam, Jews and Christians were considered people of the book and second-class citizens. What did this mean? Well, it's very meaningful if we look at what's happening right now in Iran, where there's a Jew under death sentence. And that sentence is affected by the fact that a Muslim would not be under death sentence because a Jew supposedly was involved in killing. Then you can talk about the Dini regulations and he can be executed. So this is something that's ongoing right now. The Dinitude affects many, many things in the Middle East during this history since 632 AD. A very good book on this was Batya Or, who started looking at this area and really was in the forefront of looking at that. But to say the Jews were not, and that's what I enjoyed about the talk that was given earlier today. We're talking about how can you say we were first-class citizens or citizens? We were colonialists, we were second-class citizens, at least since the Dinitude and before that as well. If you don't know the culture of the people that you're living among as Jews from Arab countries, you can never have truth and reconciliation occur in the region. And so it's very important, and the Law Review article talks about how the story of the Jews from Arab countries is critical if there's ever going to be any kind of truth and reconciliation. Further, if we look back at 1948, I'm going to go through the statistics with you. You saw a few of them before, but there's some that go to 2018, which are a little more current than the ones we looked at. The Arab League said in 1948 that 1 million Jews live in Arab countries. And if we look at how many are going to be left, and we're going to look at that now, we'll see that there was clearly ethnic cleansing. And by the way, we're also going to talk about the fact that ethnic cleansing is an international legal term and has a meaning. It's not that, you know, all the people in a certain area, it has to be cleansed from a whole region. And genocide is higher, that's the killing. The forced expulsion is ethnic cleansing, and then the lowest level is human rights violation. Okay, so that word is bandied about ethnic cleansing, but for the Jews from Arab countries, it's clear. So we start with the Arab League number of 1 million people that they say lived in Arab countries in 1948, and they wanted them to be forced out. Then we look at what was in Aden. Now, the statistics that I'm using come from a survey that Stan Irwin looked at. We've been together. And goes to 2018. We're going to start with Aden in 1948 at 8,000 people. There's now 0. Algeria, 140,000 people, now 0. Egypt, 15. Okay, we've got 15 people left. Okay, 2018, it's lower actually now. Iraq, the number we're using in this survey, I use usually 160,000, and I think the statistics we heard earlier in the day, excellent that you gave, show that there were leavings before 1951-52, between 48 and 51 on the statistics we saw, that show that it was a much larger number, and then there were the escapees. So they're using 135, we're down to, I know 4 Jews now, but this one uses 5. So we're up to 20 people, okay? Out of Algeria, Egypt, Iraq, going in alphabetical order. Lebanon, 5,000 people. It's down to 50 people. I would say that number is also much lower right now.
Sorry, technically, you were more than 5,000.
Excuse me?
You were more than 5,000. Yeah.
Yes.
And it's now 10 people.
10 people, and we started with how many?
It's between 10,000 to 15,000.
Okay, so the numbers that were in statistics from San Erno that I'm looking at was 5, but we're down to, you said 10 people? Okay, so we're up to 30 people, okay, with all these countries, 30 people. Okay, let's go to Libya. The number I have here is 38,000, we're down to 0, okay? Libya. Okay, Morocco, 265,000. I think this number is probably a little bit high, but it might be okay. 2,500, now we have a big number, okay? So we have the 2,500 to the 30 and the 50, and we've got a very low number. We have 1,500 in Morocco. Let's do it accurately. 1,500, and we've got 10 left there, and another 20. So 30 plus 1,500 and what? How many?
Say 2,000.
Okay. 1,600. Let's say 1,600. Let's give them the benefit. Syria, 30,000. We say 15. How many is that? You're keeping count for me. Zero we want to use? Okay. And Tunisia. Now they're leaving Tunisia from Jerba because of what happened to the synagogue. I want to make this immediate because it is immediate. How many are left there? Well, this in 2018 was 1,500. I think it's even lower than that. It's lower. So why don't we say maybe we have 3,500 people? Okay, maybe 4,000 people left out of 1 million. We'll use their figure how many Jews were in our countries. Okay, that's ethnic cleansing. And what the Law Review article does is it talks about what ethnic cleansing is. So let's look at what is ethnic cleansing. The elimination by the dominant ethnic group, okay, of given territory of members of other ethnic groups within the territory. The practice of ethnic cleansing involves a variety of methods with the aim to expel, including harassment, discrimination, beatings, torture, rape, summary executions, relocation of populations by force. By the way, the Iraqi Jews were supposed to be sent to the border in 1950 by Nouri Said and to be killed by the Jordanian soldiers as they tried to come through. They also planned for that to be mass internment camps. And it's in this article. Torture, rape, summary executions, relocation, confiscation of property, it was confiscation, and freezing of property. I'm using Iraq as an example, but all through the region, if you look at both locked doors, Egypt and Syria, and the other countries, and destruction of homes, places of worship, and cultural institutions. Ethnic cleansing against the Jews was clear. You can know all of those things. You come from these communities. So what we have is from 1 million people, maybe 4,000 left in Arab countries. And really, we're talking about Morocco and Tunisia. Tunisian Jews are in jeopardy right now. It's hard in Morocco. There are some Jews also, we should add, in the UAE, United Arab Republics, which had until recently a bit of a growing population. So let's add another 1,000 in there. Okay? UAE, and some of that is closing down. Yes? Bahrain, but it's a handful. Yeah, the new news and right. But I wouldn't say more than 40, 50 people probably. So again, I wanted to bring that point home. I also wanted to talk to you about some of the other things that are going in terms of laws. If you look at the Declaration of Human Rights, which is a fundamental international legal document, every single thing in that document was denied to Iraqi Jews and to most Jews from Arab countries. And including, of course, since we're talking about property also, property rights, but you go through with footnotes in the law review article. I don't have time to do it, but you go through with footnotes how much was actually lost in these countries, and under, again, under the declaration, everybody has a right to own property alone as well as association with others, while there's a confiscation, and no one shall arbitrarily be derived of his property. These are two of the fundamental rights. If you go back and look, the Declaration of Rights is Article 18 and Article 19. Also, I think it's important to talk about how much property was involved. Again, I get these estimates from the work of Michael Fishback and Itmar Levin, Locked Doors. Those are some of the books. And there's Zavalov, Sydney, Palestinian refugee issue from the Jerusalem Center for Public Affairs. Individual losses alone, $6 billion in losses are estimated. The World Organization of Jews from Arab Countries, WOJAC, individual unit property, today valued at $300 billion. Whether those numbers are even right or they're an underestimation, because much of the property was owned in the center of major cities. In Iraq, for example, the Jews owned at least a third of the real estate when they left in 1948 in Baghdad. So I would dare say it's probably more money than that. Okay? And Iraq today is, by the way, has a lot of oil money. So there is a value to that. So there we are, human rights violations. Well, let me go back and add a little bit to what we just heard about Iraq. First of all, the reason that immigration started in Iraq, just for everybody's knowledge, was the persecution of the Jews was ongoing as part of the Dimitude, and David Sassoon led because of persecution. And this persecution included the 1850s, 60s, 70s. That's why he left. 1909, there was young Arabs who rose up within the Ottoman Empire, and the victims of that was in 1909, the riots in Iraq, which killed many, many people. And there are other things that can be footnoted from that law review article. But it's important to know that there was discrimination going on, and it wasn't just about economic opportunity. It was the opportunity to leave some of that discrimination behind. Now, that discrimination waxed and waned. It wasn't always as high or as low, but there was some discrimination, and that is the reason that David Sassoon actually went to India. And then other Iraqi Jews followed, including my grandfather, who worked for a time in India and was part of Sassoon Company and was part in Iraq 21 years old in Sassoon Company. So I know quite a bit about it. My family has also lived in Shanghai and Hong Kong, and I have now a son living, again, in that region. So there has been a lot of things going on. Very little of it is left, as was mentioned. A lot of it left. If you look at the Peel report in 1936, they said if the Jews were expelled from the Arab countries, this network will die. And that's a footnote in the article. Now, what was going on in Iraq was very interesting because in 1933, you had the Assyrian massacre occurring in Iraq, but by 1934, and Fritz Goebel, the German ambassador to Iraq, and there were German ambassadors placed in all the Arab countries who were pro-Nazi. Anti-Jewish laws came out. There were anti-Jewish propaganda, the translation of Mein Kampf, leaving out the purpose of the Arabs to serve the Germans. And there was also left out a lot of things that might have been offensive to Arabs. So they left that out, and they had newspapers, and they had a broadcasting station. In 1934, the first anti-Jewish law comes out in Iraq in the modern time. And that was 50 pounds had to be paid to leave the country. In 1935, they were closing schools for secondary schools and universities for Jews. 1936, Muslim partners, if you wanted a government license, you had to have one. 1939, pro-Nazi school curriculum that was against the Jews. And so this was going on for a while. Then we have the Farhud. There's an article I did on the Farhud. If you go to the Tzvi Institute, you can find it there in the Religious Zionist Workers' Archives dated July 17, 1941. And very different numbers than what was offered by the official report, which said 110 Jews and Muslims were killed in the Farhud. Other reports have stated 179 Jews of both sexes were killed, but in fact, if you saw the mass grave, it's estimated that 300 to 700 bodies were in there, and they just couldn't estimate it. My mother was an eyewitness. She was 11 years old. She says that major parts of the area were torn up, but what's in the Ben Tzvi letter is very interesting. It said that they estimate, and this is the only Jewish estimate that was allowed to come out, it was smuggled out in a letter to the Jewish agency, and that letter says that 1,000 Jews were murdered or disappeared. And I believe that that's probably the correct number. I was told by my family when 800 Jews were buried together, yet the official estimate of 110 Jews and Muslims seems to belie this fact. The official Iraqi government report includes Jews and Muslims and is supposed to be based on Iraqi government sources. However, a newly discovered intelligence report, report 26, cited above, was written based on eyewitness accounts and letters to relatives a mere month and a half after the Farhud to inform Jews in the pre-state of Israel of the dire plight of Iraqi Jews. Indeed, in the local hospital, at the height of the slaughter, poison injections were administered by the chief of the hospital, and that came to 121 Jewish patients who were killed. The hospital director in charge had his privileges to treat patients at the hospital taken away for 5 years. Based on, and that's something that separately I found out. He moved to Turkey, by the way. And based on the estimates, the number of murdered and disappeared is over 1,000 people. So what do we have now? First of all, it's important that Jews write their own history, just like every other indigenous group should be able to write their own history, so that we have the numbers correctly down. Second, it's important to understand that we are indigenous to the Middle East for over 3,000 years. Since the Edict of Omar, we have been officially second-class citizens, along with Christians, people above. That means that we can exist in those countries, but it's very important to know that there were certain ramifications to that, including things like paying a certain tax in Jazeera, not testifying against a Muslim. And also that there were, according to the Arab League, 1 million Jews in Arab countries, and we saw how many are left at this point. I think that pretty much talks about the human rights and the legal rights. I'm sorry, I can't go through the other countries at this point to talk about the legal rights under color of law, but law was very often used as a way to discriminate against Jews. Most recently in Iraq, I guess it was about 2 or 3 years ago, any Muslim who's in touch with Israel could be subject with Israelis, or Israel could be subject to the death penalty. So those that were advocating for the Abraham Accords had to rescind what they talked about in Kurdistan. It's about 300 people over there, and to avoid the death penalty. Thank you very much. Again, I want to thank you for this opportunity.
First of all, I would like to thank Professor Carol Basri and to say that I'm really proud that we are surrounded by people like her, like Sasha Goldstein, because Dr. Stanley Ullman was claimed to be here with us, and he's one of the experts, and he was also a special nomination by the government of Israel, the Minister Gila Daniel, to try to check in to learn about the amount and the whole, everything I would say that was left in our countries. And unfortunately, because he didn't feel well, and his doctor said that he cannot fly this time. And then Carol Basri took over immediately. They spoke together, and she came and she prepared, she gave her lecture. So sometimes we have difficulties. Of course, we had main difficulty was because of the war right now in Israel, and because of other things. But Baruch Hashem, we managed to go and to proceed with our program at the beginning. So now we are going for a break. Where is Dr. Abramson told us the jokes about the breaks? Yes. Okay. We are going to end during the lunchtime. I want, first of all, to introduce, I don't know, I mentioned her names many times, Sarina Rufein. The child is founding project here in New York, very, very active, especially with us, and she will start to introduce also Alexis.
So I just, we've set up a beautiful lunch for you, and we wanted to give you about 15 minutes to get your lunch, sit down, and then I'm going to introduce Rabbi Moshe Tasson, who's got a presentation about musical and Hazanit, and I think you'll really, really enjoy it. He's going to do a little singing for us, a cappella. And so we've set up the lunch so you can go from both sides of the table. So I invite you to go get your food. So, hi everybody. I hope everybody's gotten their lunch. I'd like to, I know this is an important social time, but I'm going to ask that you direct your attention. I'd like to introduce Rabbi Moshe Tasson, who is giving a presentation at lunch. Rabbi Tasson is an educational leader. Thank you. He's a speaker of note in the Jewish world and the Sephardic community at large. He's toured extensively throughout North America, South America, Europe, and Israel as a rabbinic and motivational speaker. He is a phenomenal Chazan. He taught my own son his bar mitzvah, and let me tell you, that was a challenge because he brought out the best in him. He speaks about topics of Jewish and Sephardic interest, Jewish education, history, halakha, prayer, and more. And he served for 24 years as director of Sephardic studies at Yeshiva University. He's a distinguished faculty member at YU and a very, very, very dear friend. And I am so looking forward to this presentation. So with that, Dr. Tizon.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Rothbay, for such a beautiful introduction. I hope I can live up to all of those expectations. I want to share with you, by way of introduction, that among all the topics that I speak about, whether it's Sephardic history or other areas of interest in Torah and Sephardic culture, this topic, the Sephardic and Mizrahi liturgy and music, is my first love in academics. And I will tell you that, I'm just going to change microphones for a minute. I will tell you that before I begin talking about the Judeo-Arabic, we're here today to celebrate and to memorialize and learn more about the Jews of Arab lands. I am a descendant of Jews from Arab lands. 3 of my 4 grandparents were from Arab lands, and my 4th was from Judeo-Spanish background. But 3 of my 4 grandparents came from Egypt, Syria, other Arabic countries, and our lore, our heritage, carries with it a very strong connection to prayer. And the indigenous music of the Arab lands and the Moorish music of Spain that was transferring between the Iberian Peninsula and the Middle East 600, 800, 900, 1,000 years ago has influenced this area of our lives, of our religious and cultural lives. So before I actually jump right in, we should speak about what are the genres, because most people, when they say Sephardic liturgy or Sephardic chazanut, they just think of one kind of Sephardic chazanut, but there are at least 4, if not 5, different types of Sephardic chazanut. I have them up there for you to see, to describe the differences. So the Judeo-Arabic and the Judeo-Spanish is one genre. Some scholars may argue that it's 2, but I argue that it's 1. I have an article that was published in the Journal of Jewish Liturgy about 10 or 12 years ago that explains why. I'll talk about that in a minute. The second genre, which is not going to be something we're dealing with today, is the Moroccan and North African genre of Sephardic liturgy. The third is the Yemenite, and the 4th is the Spanish and Portuguese. So you might ask, why do I say that there's 4 and not 5? What is the litmus test, or what is the rubric that you would need to classify a genre in Sephardic or Middle Eastern liturgy? What is the classic test for that? So I will argue that what really binds all of the Sephardic chazanut is that we share Bismanim. Moroccans will sing the same Bismanim, the same songs and the same prayers, and sometimes the same melodies that we will sing in our prayers and in our songs. But the difference lies in something far deeper, and that is the cantillation. Does anybody know what cantillation is? The word cantillation and the word liturgy describe 2 different aspects of Judeo-Arabic music. Anybody want to guess? What is cantillation and what is liturgy? So the word liturgy refers to what we're speaking about today, which is the chazanut, or the improvisational melodies that a chazan or a cantor will dress. We call it halbish on the prayer. So for example, when we make Kiddush Friday night, we can come to the table and grab a cup of wine and say, Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam borei gefen. Or we can dress it up and say, Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam borei So that's an example of liturgy. Now, the Moroccan liturgy, and I'm not an expert at all in Moroccan, I am what we call faith Moroccan, but I am somewhat of an expert in Judeo-Arabic. The Moroccans will take a modality of liturgy and do it in a different way from the Judeo-Arabic. So for example, if you were to hear the bracha in the Judeo-Arabic, it would sound more like and if you were to hear that modality in my faith Moroccan version, it would be so the modality is similar, but the execution and the delivery is different. You know what the difference is? Even though the notes are seemingly the same, how does the delivery from the Arabic style differ from the North African style? A very simple answer is it's in how we combine the notes. The intervals between the notes in the Arabic will use more what we call sliding microphones. So it'll sound like it's basically sliding as opposed to chopping it up to in the North African. So how we deliver the intervals and the notes reflects the Khazanut style, but that's not the only litmus test. The real litmus test is that if you look at every one of these four genres, they have a separate cantillation. What's cantillation? So now that you know what liturgy is, liturgy when we take a melody and we put it over a piece of prayer, whether it's shacharit, yircha, brachot, wedding ceremony, Havdalah, Kiddush Friday night, Kiddush on the holidays, that's liturgy. Cantillation is very different from that. Anybody want to guess? Tune for what?
The tune of the religious part that you're singing.
Close, but you're not on the target. Yes. What?
The way they sing the ta'ameen.
The ta'ameen, exactly. The word ta'ameen refers to flavor. It means flavor, taste. Ta'am flavor and taste. And what we call the ta'ameen, the Ashkenazim called truck. How many here in the room are Ashkenazim, just to get an idea? How many are Sfaradim? Right. So the Ashkenazim call the ta'ameen truck. We call it ta'ameen. And the ta'ameen describes the way that we would read the Torah, the Nevi'im, the Ketuvim, and scriptures. And for example, the way that the Judeo-Spanish and the Judeo-Arabic communities read the Ta'ameen is it's almost identical, very similar, same modality. The Moroccans and North Africans are a different modality. The Yemenites are a different modality, and the Spanish Portuguese are a totally Western modality. So the modality that's used for the Ta'ameen, the cantillation, is really what sets apart the Judeo-Arabic. Now, the Judeo-Arabic modality is very interesting because it doesn't even start off on what you recognize to be a note. So, for example, if you were to hear the Chazan or the Baal Koreh start to read the Torah on Shabbat or on a weekday, so he's going to start reading with a note that doesn't even sound like the note to the Western ear. It sounds something like this. It sounds almost off key. Zero and ending, it's not even a note. It's almost like off key, but it sounds beautiful when you hear it in the context of the cantillation. So actually, that scale that is used for the Ta'ameen is unique to the Judeo-Arabic Torah reading. It's unique to the Torah reading and Judeo-Arabic Torah reading. Now, the categories that we're going to be talking about are the cantillation, which I just demonstrated, a little bit of religious poetry, and mostly liturgical music, which is how we pray and how we read the tefillah. Now, the tefillah structure, the prayer in the Sephardic shul on a Shabbat, is a lot more involved than if you were to go to a regular Ashkenazi minyan. So, for example, the Ashkenazim will read a paragraph in Shachrit Shabbat or Yom Tov. They'll read the first line, they'll mumble the rest, right? And then they'll read the last line, and they'll run out to the Kiddush room and have schnapps and chocolate and cocoa after that, right? The Sfaradim is a little different. But the Sfaradim, the Chazan, the cantor, has to, see, listen to how complicated this is, has to recite the entire Shacharit, at least from the beginning of, let's say, what we call Baruch Hu, or the paragraph beginning with Nishmat Kol Chai, every single word with a melody out loud, so that it could be audible to the entire congregation until the end of the Amidah with the Chazayani Amidah, and it's all being sung. And among those pages of reading is 7 melodies: the Nishmat Kol Chai, the Kela Hodaot, the Shabbat Aniyim, the Kaddish, the Semachim B'Tzekam, the Mimitzrayim V'Yaltanu, and the Nakishah. Those 7 melodies have to be pre-planned. And you know what else? With the Ashkenazim, the melodies they sing is the same every Shabbat. It's the same. By us, every Shabbat, the melodies are reflecting the modality that is connected to the theme of the Parashat HaShavua. Which means, this is very interesting. If you walk into a synagogue that has Syrian, Egyptian, Lebanese, Iraqi, Middle Eastern prayers on a typical Shabbat, the melody that you will hear on the Shabbat where Yaakov Avinu passes away, like Parashat Vayechi, or the melody that you will hear on the Shabbat of Parashat Devarim, where the Bnei Israel sinned the sin of the golden calf, the sin of the spies, excuse me. So the melody will actually be very sad. But if you were to go to synagogue on a Shabbat that had a happy occasion of a thematic parasha, like Vayetzei Yaakov Avinu goes to get married, or Yitziat Mitzrayim, which we read a month or two ago, Parashat Mishalach, right? The Jews are going out of the Red Sea. So over there, the melody will be very happy. Let me demonstrate. So, and you tell me which one is which, so you can use your ears and your mind to figure it out. So the Chazan would start the introduction to the Nishmat like this. Ki ועלו שירים מהציון לשפוט את המצב והייתה אדוני מלוכה והיה הארץ ויום very sad, almost want to cry, right? Now, it was a happy occasion, so I'm like, ועלו שירים ועל ציון לשפוט את הרצה והייתה מלוכה והיה אדוני על כל הארץ ויאמרו So, here's that sound. Happy. But it gets more complicated than that. I'm going to go take you through the deep desert of the Sahara. of the music of the Judeo-Arabic communities. And those are the two extremes, the happy and the sad. But do you know that there are 6 or 7 shades of color, of moods and emotion in between them? And I'm going to ask you to figure out what they are by demonstrating. So this is going to be like a workshop. So you can use your ears and your mind and describe what kind of mood this modality would be. Different from the first two. You notice it will be different, correct? ועלו משה לציון לשפוט את העשיו, ויקרא מלוכה, והיה אדוני על כל הארץ, ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד. Where's the mood over there? It's definitely not sad, but it's not so happy either. How do you describe it? Melancholy, maybe more than that, but okay. Well, everything we're doing is Sephardi, but the mood, we gotta look for the word that describes the mood of the modality. Right? Anybody want to describe it? Trouble. Sorry? Trouble. Treble? Well, no, despair would sound more like that would be more like thump, 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 right? Like someone's coming in, God forbid, you know. People describe that as romantic, emotional, right? Celestial, that kind of a mood. So now it gets even more esoteric. It's more esoteric. If you were to walk into the synagogue on the Shabbat where Yitzchak Avinu was getting a Brit Milah, or someone's getting a Brit Milah, or you're actually hearing the prayer of Brit Milah, so it would sound a modality that would sound to you without any regard for Western keys. Pay attention. Never heard that in an Ashkenazi media, right? ועלו משה אל ציון ישפוט את העשיו והייתה לו מלוכה על כל הארץ ביום ההוא So now what kind of mood is that?
It sounds like it's pleading.
What? Very, very pleading, very beseeching, very beseeching, very exactly. It's almost pleading, but also happy. It has a certain happiness to it, right? So each of these modalities in the Arabic music has a word. Does anybody know the word that's used? It's called makam. Who said that? Very, very good. So the words makam describe the modalities that emanated from different geographical regions. So for example, the last modality you heard was called makam saba. The previous one was called makam nahawan. Nahawan is named after some village in Iran called Nihaben. Must have been in Nihaben. There's another makam which originates, I think, from someplace near Iraq. Yes. Yes, yes. So they applied it to the folk music on a cultural level between the Muslims and the Jews and all the people of Iraq and Egypt and Syria. They used these makam systems for the local folk music. And the Jewish people over the generations have taken these melodies, and that gets me to the third part. So we spoke about liturgical music, we spoke about cantillation, we're going to speak about religious folk song. So religious folk song is based on the melodies that Professor Batchley is speaking about, and that's the popular tunes of the Middle East. So for example, who could think of a popular tune in the Middle East that they know? You could say it in Arabic or in Hebrew, because a lot of these songs that were originally in Arabic have been written with words in Hebrew, but the melody was originally Arabic. Yes. So Derari Qur'an actually is an excellent example. It doesn't really emanate from the Syrian Arabic. Derari Qur'an has more of a Moorish Spanish. Think about it. Has a Moorish sound, right? Has a more Moorish sound. But I'm talking about something more classically Arabic.
What's that?
Sorry? Yes, we don't really use that as a prayer. Something more popular. That also less popular, something that we would use on an everyday basis. For example, many of you might know this melody from Feiruz. How many have heard of Feiruz? Right. Now, of course, you have a lot of great Arabic singers like Muhammad Abdul Wahab, Khalid al-Aykarsh, Masma'an, Khaltoum. Feiruz, for example, has a song. You can forget the Arabic name, but we use it in the prayer. I'll give you an example. Moshe ubnei Israel lekanu shira So, for example, this is an application of the folk music, which from that folk music we write Hebrew words, and then from the Hebrew words and the folk music we apply to the prayer in the different parts of the Shabbat and the Yom Tov prayer. I'm gonna wrap up with questions now. I'll leave 5 more minutes for Q&A. Yes, first the woman and then the young man in the front. Yes. Right. La 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 la. Right, we're gonna use that. And there are hundreds of melodies. I could speak here for 7 hours about this. It doesn't end. This is an ocean that doesn't end. But I can tell you in the few minutes that we have that these are the highlights, and these are the categories, and all the different melodies will fit in to this analysis. But that was a great point, great melody. Yes. Right, they sound Arabic. Great question. I like that question. So, what's your name? Gandhi asked a great question. Question that we've been asked many times before, which is who influenced who? Are the Jews influenced the Arabs, or did the Arabs influence the Jews? That's a complicated question. So I'm going to answer it through a little bit of history. I am a descendant of the Leviim. My grandfather, who I'm named after, was a Levi. His brothers were all Leviim, and he lived in a village in Syria, which was 95% Leviim. Okay. The percentages of Chazanim in my grandfather's family all over the world, I've been reaching out to do a family tree. I've been meeting Chazanim with my name in Argentina, in Panama, in Venezuela, in Miami, and other Leviim share the same saga. So that's evidence to me that the holy music that was used in the temple times, which the Leviim brought and they presented on a regular basis, was part of the lore that passed down almost in the genes. Now, over millennia, the music spread around, and there's actually, to give you a better answer, there's actually a book that was written by a scholar by the name of Abraham Eilson. Abraham Eilson wrote this book over about 100 years ago. And his question was, how come the Jewish music is so different depending on what country you come from? If it's originally Jewish, but the Beit Mikdash should all be the same. So imagine this, 100 years ago, he was sponsored to go on boats to many countries, dozens of countries throughout Europe and the Middle East. And he listened and studied and wrote the notes of the prayers of all these different communities. You know what he came up with? His conclusion was that it all started, the closest point to where it started, because he really couldn't go to Jerusalem, there was no Mikdash, was Babylonia. And he found that the music of the Babylonians was the closest original notes to the prayers of the Leviim back in the millennia ago. And as the Jews moved away from Israel and Babylonia, and Syria and Egypt and all those countries, the more farther west they went, the more the music went off. The more it became influenced by the local indigenous music. That's why if you walk into a synagogue, you can off the board, the Spanish Portuguese, which I had is not the board. You walk into the synagogue with Spanish Portuguese, nothing that you hear there will sound Middle Eastern. It's all very European sound. It almost sounds like Ashkenazi praying. The only difference is they pronounce Het and Ayin. That's the only difference. The melodies are extremely major minors and very European. So the further west they went, the more the music was changed as they went away. So the thesis is, to answer your question, is that really it started with the Leviim, but over the centuries, different countries developed it. Most of the things that I've read give this debate among scholars that either the Arab world, either the Turkish Arab world, or the Persian world of music codified the system of what we call the modalities of the maqams. And then again, we kind of took it back over the past few hundred years and developed a whole following of music that fits into these categories which I described. Yes, Mr. Data.
One of the holidays that has pretty much the most melodies, and we only live in one time a year, is Yom Kippur. And a lot of that, like, they're so beautiful, but we only use it on Yom Kippur and stuff.
This is a great audience, great question. Again, in the interest of time, I didn't get to it, but I had prepared something in the presentation which would speak to Mr. David's question, which is what is typifying the modality of the mood of the high holidays. So, for example, for the high holidays, if you were to go on a bus in Israel during the season of Elul, a week or two before Yom Kippur, you would hear on the radio the music playing something like this. That's very happy, right? For Yom Kippur, very happy. You might also hear something like, and this is where it gets interesting. Now, how does that sound? Mood-wise. Can you think of something more soulful than that? So that makam is called makam bayam. But there's a subset of makam bayam which is called makam Husseini, which originates also in Iran. And it fits into that category. May it be the will of God. Thank you for your questions that we get to see the hostages released. May our prayers be answered on high, and we have peace in Israel. Thank you for having us here. Thank you to all the professors and all of the distinguished leaders at Churo, Barilan, Lucifer, Professor Ohio, Professor Edgerton, my Pac-Man, Alex. Thank you very much for all being here today.
Shalom. My name is Sheza. Presenting. Head of the Department of Heritage in the University of Education in Israel. And then I became head of languages department
And now I represent the institute, let's see. Why I'm saying that? You know, in my opinion, this way, the tribes were living from Egypt because they kept reading their Shema, their names, Leshonam, their mother tongue, Malbusham, their clothes. And anyway, if we take name, Shin, Lamed, Mem, Shem, Malbush, Lashon, it is Mashal. And the example for us is not to forget our heritage. Shem, Lashon, Malbush, is what we have. It's our heritage. And we should pass it to the next generation. The Ministry of Education used to have a lot of programs that deals with that. As an example, I told Ms. Kabadia was here. We have a project was called Heads. And it is young researchers that they research the roots and they sit with grandfather and grandmother. They write about the roots, but not only about the roots, about the history of the family, the music of the family, stories of the family, etc., etc. Another project is being run now with the annual museum. It's called Akesher Arav Gori. The connection between generations. And it's the same thing. The grandchildren sits with the father and mother, and the children teach the grandfather, the grandmother how to build this computer, and the grandmother tells about her story. It is very important for the children, not only for us grandparents. And this music, in Hebrew we say, את המנגינה הזאת אי אפשר להפסיק. It is what we should do. This music should continue. It depends on us, everybody here. So let's continue with that. And now to Professor Abramson. Dr. Abramson is going to be the first speaker. And Dr. Harry Abramson from the Global College. We met him 2 times today. And we thank him very much for his help to us. Harry Abramson serves as the Dean of Thoreau College, the Thoreau University in New York. He's the author of several books, including A Prayer for the Government, Ukrainians and Jews in Revolutionary Times. He has had multiple fellowships from the National Endowment for the Humanities, the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and is a recipient of the Excellent in the Academy Award from the National Education Association. His current project is a 3-volume survey of Jewish history for foreign publisher in Jerusalem. Professor Paul.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I tried to tell a joke this morning. I think a lot of people have left and new people are here, so I'll try again. As you might be able to determine, I'm on spot and I'm Ashkenazi. So here's the problem. There's a Sephardi gentleman who wants to learn a little bit about Ashkenazi culture. So he hears that one of the hallmarks, one of the high points of Ashkenazi culture is a 19th century movement that originated in Lithuania called the Musar movement. Rabbi Yisrael Salanter and so many other figures. And Musar, although it has different schools, one of the most consequential aspects of Musar is that it involves searing, unflinching self-analysis. You look at yourself and you look at all of your flaws and you see how lowly you are, and from that you build yourself up afterwards. That's really like the core idea of Musar, is this kind of terrifying look at one's flaws. So the joke goes, Sparty guy goes into a Moscow yeshiva, and he sees that they're all sitting separately, reading books on their own, and he listens and he hears one guy says, "Oi, ich bin afar va'ev." And I'm dust and ashes. I'm worthless. Looks over, sees another guy saying, "Oi, ich bin garnish." I'm totally nothing. It's Arabic, by the way. And he says, "Okay, I'll try it myself." So he goes over to the shelf. He picks out a book, Shevet Musar. Actually, that was written by Sparty. So he picks out, Mesilti Sharim, sits down, starts reading about himself, and he starts thinking, "Oh my gosh, I'm nothing. I'm worthless. I can't believe it. I am also garnished." And he's getting us upset with it. He's like, "I'm totally garnished. I'm the most garnished person there is." And the two other guys look at each other and say, "This guy's here 5 minutes. He already thinks he's garnished." And it was the same kind of laughter earlier. But, all right, so that was the only joke I'm going to be able to tell you, because the remainder of my talk, how long do I have? About 15, 20 minutes, something like that, is somewhat depressing. We've already had a look at these two maps, which is really the central aspect of our talk, right? The way in which Israel is presented and the reality of the Jewish Nakba that we heard described so convincingly over the course of the day. What I'd like to do with my brief time is to talk a little bit about the urgency of the task before us as historians of working to communicate some of this crucially important Middle Eastern history into the narrative of the body politic, particularly here in America, where about 70% of the Jewish population are Ashkenazic in origin. So we really need to bridge a huge cultural divide to be able to integrate this in further. Here are some statistics that come from the Harvard-Harris poll. That is one of the more useful polling that's come out with regards to the October 7th attacks and its impact on American thinking. This is a poll that is conducted every month. It's primarily political in nature, like they're following the Trump versus Biden conflict. And because the Middle East has occupied so much of the oxygen over the past several months, they have also been asking questions about the Middle East, which is very helpful for us. So if you look at this chart, which is taken in the very, very brief, vanishingly brief honeymoon period where people actually felt some sympathy for Israel immediately after the attacks. This is the November 2023 exam. You can see that Israel is actually ranked very high in favorability among Americans. It is third only to the US military and the police. That means that Americans on the whole are more positively inclined to Israel than they are to institutions like the US Supreme Court or the Department of Justice or major news organizations like CNN, Fox, and MSNBC. So it's really a pretty impressive showing on that regard. And also in November 2023, if you look at this right-hand chart, you can see they asked Americans, do you favor Israel or Hamas? And 84% of Americans say definitely Israel. It's true that 16% say Hamas. That's not a happy number at all, but it's clearly in the minority. The part that gives me tremendous concern, however, is you look at the bottom, they've broken it out by age group. And if you look at the youngest age group, 18 to 24, the number is basically split in half. 52% of Americans during the honeymoon period favored Israel, 48% amazingly favored Hamas. And as you get older in the demographics, people who are 65, 95% of them are in favor of Israel. But going down by decade, that favorability of Israel drops off precipitously. And that's, I think, quite concerning. These are the youth that we are so concerned with educating, not only in this building, but at our sister and colleague campuses around the world. Also, November, this is troubling. On the right, do you think it's even true that Hamas terrorists killed 1,200 Israeli citizens, shooting them, raping them, beheading people, including whole families, kids and babies, or is that a false story? 83% of Americans say, no, we believe the mainstream news media that this actually happened. But among young people, 3 out of 10 think it was false. This is probably a large result of how young people consume news, largely through TikTok and Instagram and places like that, which do not necessarily hold by reasonable journalistic standards. But that's a frightening number. That means that 1/3 of young Americans don't trust the basic journalism that we have available to us today. And they're inclined, as we see, to favor Hamas over Israel in this regard. It's true that they are suffused with propaganda and slogans, and so on. And excuse my Ashkenazi pronunciation of Arabic, it's not so great. But when you query them, as Professor Hassner of the University of California did, they actually don't know the geography at all. And happily, once the geography is explained to them and they understand what it means, they actually walk back and they say, no, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean Israel should be wiped off the map. But nevertheless, the slogans are very effective. They're also being bombarded with a barrage of free propaganda. This is a poster that was sent to me by a mathematician at the University of Laval, a man named Caballero, who is doing his dissertation on the mathematical instance of anti-Semitism in the United States and Canada. And he says that if you want pro-Palestinian propaganda, there are multiple organizations on the web who will give you amazing amounts of downloads and information. It's actually a global propaganda effort that dwarfs what Jews are doing. Posters like this. Furthermore, there may be some kind of dark hand behind a lot of this. This was an interesting analysis from the Wall Street Journal that looked at the number of protests during the last huge upheaval, which was following the George Floyd killing. And as you can see, after George Floyd was killed, there's a huge number here. And then over the course of the next few months, it dwindles off. That seems to be a kind of a normal pattern. People get upset about something that just happened, and then, protests, they wear away. But when you compare that to the protests regarding the Israel situation, you can see that they are remarkably steady, consistent all the way through, with peaks every weekend, which to my untrained eye looks like someone is providing regular infusions of cash and resources to make sure that the ball keeps rolling. And that's intimidating if that is the case. We're looking forward to seeing more analysis on who is funding the protests. Tablet came out with a very important article a while ago that explains it as a witch's brew of multiple funding sources. All of these are dramatic challenges to the status quo. Now, when we go to April, which is the most recent of the Harvard-Harris polls, we can see that there are some positive developments. For example, on the left here, you can see the same question: do you support Israel or more Hamas? The numbers are fairly steady. 80% of Americans favor Israel. And in the younger age group, it appears that they have gotten some education, but it's still dire. 57% of young people support Israel over Hamas. 43% support Hamas. Terrifying that the youngest people have the most distorted view of the historical reality. Nevertheless, we can't lose sight of the fact that Americans as a whole, our news as an industry tends to focus on controversy, so we tend to get the protests and the shutdowns and the police activity. But if you go into middle America and you try to get an aggregate, you see that Americans are still firmly behind Israel. 72% say Israel should go into Rafah and finish Hamas, try to find the hostages, God willing. That's a majority. still a quarter of Americans say no. But in the younger group, only 50%, 57% say that. So we can see the demographic challenge in getting the message across. And in general, the numbers remain the same in terms of who caused this. You know, Americans mostly say Hamas, but a significant number, especially younger people, say mostly Israel. So those are the kinds of challenges that we are facing. What I would like to argue for our discussion here, and if I had more time, I would love to expand on this, but scholars basically identified 4 distinct periods in the devolution of anti-Semitic ideology, going from the Greco-Roman period, where it was formed basically a kind of xenophobia, to the early medieval period, when it was tied up very much with the birth of Christianity, and then into the later medieval, early modern period, where it developed some pathological elements like the blood libel, and then into our period, the modern era, in which it was basically involved with the ideas of conspiracy theory and racism. Those 2 ideas clearly separated from the earlier versions, which have a lot more to say about religious elements of anti-Semitism. That's what we basically have been enduring since the 80s and 80s. But we are now, in my humble opinion, on the cusp of a 5th form of anti-Semitism. Alex, could you just click on this thing? We're on the cusp of it, thank you. A 5th form, this is, in my humble opinion, I've studied anti-Semitism for about 30 years. This is a new development. We're looking at something that is still forming, but it is radically different. Specifically, it's what I'd like to call anti-Israelism. It's still anti-Semitism. It's still about Judenhass, Jew hatred. But it has a specific shape that distinguishes it from earlier forms. Now, I'm going to show you one example of an image that harkens back to an earlier form. Those of you who are sensitive to images of hatred and so on, this is a piece of, caricature. It's not a photograph, but I want to warn you in advance, you may not want to look at this. This is like, for example, a borrowing from blood libel that is translated into this new anti-Israel modality. It actually predates October 7th, but it shows obviously a horrific image of a child being killed, blood everywhere. But the message here is not anti-Jew. It is more focused anti-Israel, anti-Sahal, and only an idiot would say this is not also anti-Semitic. But just looking at the narrow, focused details of it, it's that form of anti-Israelism that allows anti-Semites to hide behind it for cover. And that's the phenomenon that we're seeing today. So what exactly is anti-Israelism? I identify, you can look up now if you didn't want to see that image. I identify 3 things which are especially valuable. And those of you who are interested in learning more about this, I encourage you to look at the most recent edition of the Jewish Review of Books that has 3 essays that try to break down this phenomenon, very useful essays. The first element is the argument, and then it steps away from everything we had before of Jews in a world conspiracy, Jews need Christian blood for their matzah. It doesn't have any of those elements explicitly in it. It's much more reasonable in the sense that it finds a way to adapt to the contemporary mindset, and younger people who have less inoculation from these ideas are more susceptible. The first one is this idea that Israel is an illegitimate state. And they'll offer various reasons for that. Settler colonialism, the Jews are actually descended from Europeans, not Middle Easterns. It's all, to use the Arabic term, Narishkeit. We don't have to actually debate the value of the statement, but this is the starting point. And by the way, obviously try to find any country in the world that would qualify as a legitimate state by these standards. It's absurd. Israel is legitimate by every standard that we have. But to argue that it is an illegitimate state, sometimes you'll see in memory and others, they refer to it as the Zionist entity, as if they do not want to even say state of Israel. That's the starting point. If Israel is illegitimate, then therefore the second element is erasing this historical anomaly is justified by any means. Right? They don't want to say pogrom. So they say justified by any means, which is like one of those horrific statements I can't believe I hear young women not too far away from this campus going on camera saying Hamas raping women is justified resistance. That just disgusts me at my core. But nevertheless, that's the argument here. So attacks certainly on Israelis, but even on Jews. We had a student here, one of our precious students, crossing the street and had a person walk up to her and just punch her in the face. Amazingly. And what did she possibly have to do with anything that's connected to the Middle East, besides the fact that she was genetically related distantly to Israelis? Terrifying. So that's the second element of this anti-Israelism. It translates into political violence that comes from the notion that Israel is fundamentally illegitimate. And here, this is perhaps the most disturbing. The participation of Jews in anti-Israelism movements lends legitimacy to anti-Israelism, the form of tokenism. And they are broadcast far and near. It's true that we have extreme ultra-Orthodox groups like Neturei Karta, who for the longest time have been, to use the Arabic term, the Meshuggahers, who will go and like protest for Palestinians and so on. But now we have a much more broad movement of Jews who frankly are out of touch with their own heritage, and they identify most profoundly with the suffering of thousands. And let us be clear, for those of you who are on Zoom in particular, no one here negates the fact that innocent people are suffering in Gaza. There are children, God forbid, who are dying as a result of Hamas taking our people hostage and our attempts to retrieve them. There's no one in Israel that I have any association with in our common bonds of humanity that would argue that the death of any innocent is justified. But there are young Jewish people who have the blood of Yeshayahu HaNavi, of Yirmiyahu HaNavi flowing through their veins, and they see these images on their social media, and they say, I've got to stand up, I've got to stop it. And so they are stepping into the breach, and unfortunately, they are ironically giving aid and comfort to the enemy and perpetrating even more of this violence. One of the most frightening examples I see of this, we just came up about 2 weeks ago. This is a young woman named Miriam, studying at George Washington University, a young Jewish woman, 19 years old. And she was very proud to speak at a press conference in front of several members of Congress. And at this press conference, which is recorded, you can go on the Forward website and listen to her speech. She talks about how empowering it has been for her Jewish identity to participate in these pro-Hamas protests. That they had Shabbat services there twice. She's probably never been to a Shabbat table in her life, but there were Shabbat services there. And a quote-unquote rabbi came with a Torah scroll. And when the rabbi learned that Miriam had never had a bat mitzvah, she had a bat mitzvah right there in the George Washington Quad. The reason, by the way, that Miriam said she never had a bat mitzvah was because as a child growing up, she never had access to an anti-Zionist synagogue. So that in itself is pretty clear. There are such a thing as anti-Zionist synagogues. It's like Williamsburg, you could find it. But they're really hard to find. Maybe wasn't watching this before. But nevertheless, think about how twisted this emergent Jewish identity must be if she's finding an expression in the middle of a protest. So she had this bat mitzvah at Shahada Square, which is what the George Washington University protesters have renamed the Quad. And if you're just curious about just scratching at this a little bit, I know many of you are familiar with Arabic. The term Shahada, of course, comes from, or is related to the word Shahid, which means martyr. It's also related to the Shahada, which is one of the 5 pillars of Islam, the great statement of Muhammad's preeminence as a prophet, which is emblazoned in many flags, including the flag of Hamas. So it's just 2 scratches of a fingernail, and you find that young Miriam is being bas mitzvahed by Hamas. Would you all mind please turning off your phones? I find it disturbing. Thank you. So where we are with our challenge here, I will take questions afterwards. Actually, I won't. I'll leave it to the chair to determine when I take questions. We are now, so where are we in terms of the task before us? We have a challenge because the history that we have received, the kind of history that expresses itself in books, is usually half a century behind events. It takes a long time for material to filter from specialists who are actually doing monographic research into survey histories, which get into the hands of high school students. It often takes even longer for journalists to get that and then push it out into the public sphere. And that's highly unfortunate with the tremendously quick news cycle of TikTok, which takes literally seconds. It's very difficult for us to get ahead of the curve on this particular challenge. And many of our greats, like Heinrich Kretz, who wrote the first great universal history of the Jewish people, you can see his dates are in the 19th century. He basically sort of froze Sephardic and Middle Eastern, North African Jewish history in place, that it was kind of amazing up until Maimonides, and then not so much. And basically the story seems to stop there and it picks up again in Europe. So it's kind of like for a long time, most scholars were trained simply with that kind of, this is the great golden era of Spain, and then nothing afterwards. Sala Whitmer Abayan, a phenomenal scholar at Columbia, whose work towers above everyone. You need to have a PhD just to read his 18 volume history, social and religious history of the Jews. The problem is, time caught up with Dr. Byron, and he could not get past the year 1650 in 18 volumes. So we don't know much about the modern period. We do have people like Norman Stillman, one of my teachers and colleagues, who has done tremendous work on popularizing the history of the Jews of Arab lands. But again, it takes a long time for that to filter down to Miriam at George Washington University. Yeah. So I'm going to come to a conclusion now, just by reminding us that although we have these huge challenges, and there are linguistic challenges, political challenges, access to archives and all kinds of things like that, we nevertheless are not free, as Rabbi Tarfon says, to desist from the task. But I would like to point out this document that I found just a little while ago online, and I was quite impressed with. This is, of course, a text many of you are familiar with, because it is incorporated into the Passover Haggadah that's read at Jewish homes around the world for centuries upon centuries. This particular one was published in Vilna, and in 1859, and as a result, it required the approval of the local Jewish censor. And the goal was, from the censor's perspective, to prevent Jews from reading anything that might cast aspersions, or as my younger children like to say, cast asparagus on the Russian government. And so therefore, the censor insisted that the Haggadah have a couple of emendations. You can see them there in the white circles there. It originally says, in every generation, they rise up against us to destroy us, but the Holy One rescues us from their hands. He said, no, we have to put that all in the past tense. It should read, Shebachol dor v'dor hayu omdim aleinu. They used to get up and try to hurt us. V'akadosh Baruch Hu hitzi lanu mi'adam. And Hashem, back then, he would save us. But now we live in the paradise of the Tsars. There's no reason for us to worry. We live, amidst tremendous drushba naroda, the friendship of peoples. No one would hurt us here in Russia. And that's why there's this kind of hopeful thinking that we could put it in the present tense. As we have learned, one of the ironies of, and I think one of the poignant elements of the Jewish condition is that we are the most resilient people in the world. There's no people in the world that can school us when it comes to dealing with adversity. Nevertheless, every generation has to learn those skills over and over again. We don't absorb them, genetically or from our mother's milk. We have to experience it ourselves, and I think that's what's contained in this last passage. So, thank you very much for your endurance and your attention, and we
This is a count. Now, my flash drive is down here. Can you recognize you?
The forward magazine
Some one of those.
is a man named Blue, who lives in
This one?
neighborhood actually.
Okay, hold on.
He wrote a story
This
about
one.
that particular thing. He posted on his Twitter.
Forward. Okay. It's you send the link
Thank you.
and test the parts.
Your comment, your joke, reminds me another joke.
Okay, I can open it from here unless I open my account. So, you said you have those links on your flash drive?
It's the one I gave you.
Yes. So try it over.
The smallest
No.
in the Israel rabbis, but I'm the head.
Let's try your flash drive, and then if not, then I'll go to my email.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sarina Ofer. In Hebrew, we say, in the Talmud it's written, Gadol Rabban Shmuel. Greater than her title in her name. So Sarina Ofer, I don't need to introduce, I guess.
No, it's not.
Okay. Sarina is going to tell about
Last, no. Okay, let me try it again.
Persecution, escape, and exodus. Sarina.
Okay, now it's coming. All right.
It is the second time we work together.
All right.
And I would like to say to you, it's a big pleasure to work with you.
Yeah, sure.
Sarina is noted Sephardic historian and professional genealogist, editor of the book, and founder of the Sephardic Heritage Project. She is the author of Branching Sepharad Out from the Sephardic Heritage Project, which outlines the history of Jews in Spain, the 1492 expulsion, the history in Syria, and the immigration to the Americas. Sarina also is author of the backyard teaching, Mediterranean Studies, a cooking up called Sarina Sephardic Cuisine, available in the Apple Store as well as hundreds of articles. She is responsible for translation and databasing of marriage and Brit Milah and so on and so on and so on. And here is Sarina. One remark that I forgot to say before that. You say, when we mentioned today a few times the books that were made by the Ministry of Education and
next one.
and Young Sweet. Until now, we have 16 books. It is a whole encyclopedia about the Eastern Jewry.
Which one is it?
It was from the Ministry of Education. It was made.
You can use this one.
Here.
This one, Syrian Jews? This one?
Can I see it?
16 about 16.
I only want a couple of slides. Is there like 3 maps?
That's one?
Go down.
In
Go
6
down.
Down. And it's about
down.
Down.
It's not what I said, but all right, down. There's a couple of maps. That's what I'm looking for. That's it. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. I am so happy with the turnout today, and I'm so happy that so many of you came, and to be part of this conference is really an honor since I don't have a doctorate, but I am amazed to be in this company. So my current book that I've been working on is a book about the period from 1947 to 1994, Syria, and that's the period that I want to talk about. So in 1947, when the United Nations voted to partition Palestine into a Jewish state and an Arab state, anti-Jewish violence it just exploded in the Middle East, and it reached really crisis proportions. Jews in Arab lands, as you've heard, have become targets of the frustrated Arab mobs. Official discrimination, persecution, expulsions took place, leading to Jewish communities to flee for their lives into many places with only the clothes on their back that they were wearing and leaving everything behind. There was a mass violation of human rights and civil rights for Jews in Arab countries. On that fateful night, the Jews of Aleppo barricaded themselves in their homes when the Arabs rioted in the streets of Aleppo, burning synagogues, burning schools, killing people, burning an orphanage down. Stores were set on fire, Jews were murdered. The once rich and secure sat hovering in the dark in fear as rioters smashed and destroyed everything in sight. After the riots, thousands of Jews left Syria, leaving behind their property and their belongings. The borders then was semi-porous, making it fairly easy to get over the border into the safety of Israel. But soon after, those borders closed tight and were not reopened again until 1992. After Israel was created, the persecution of Jews in Syria was common. They were no longer permitted to own property, travel, and practice of their occupation. They were dismissed from all civil jobs. Jews who tried to leave the country were persecuted. Those Jews who were permitted to leave for business purposes could not travel with members of their family because the government feared they would flee. Business and educational opportunities were limited, and those who tried to escape and were caught were tortured and killed. Women were raped. The Syrian government feared that Jewish men would go to Israel and fight the Israeli army against them. They were right, they would. Among the many restrictions, Jews could not travel more than 3 kilometers from their home without permission. They couldn't drive a car. They couldn't hold a government job. They were watched constantly. Muslim administrators were put in their schools. The Mukhabarat, the secret police, were put in their neighborhood. Their every movement was watched. Children were harassed by Muslim children on their way to and from school. If they received a package or a phone call, they had to report it to the Mukhabarat, even though the Mukhabarat was monitoring their phones and monitoring their mail. This was the environment in which Rabbi Isaac Farhi was born in 1953. In 1961, when he was 7 years old, he and his brothers were beaten by a gang of Arab boys. Say Muhammad is the messenger of God or will hurt you. The Arabs taunted him. It was common to be harassed going to and from school. And when an Arab attacked a Jew, the police stood by. Then they also beat the Jews until they whispered the words. It was scary being a Jew. They were trapped. In May 1965, we know that the Israeli spy Eli Cohen was hung in the town square. Things got worse for the Jews, and they were attacked again. Isaac was 14 during the 1967 Six-Day War with Israel ended, taking Jerusalem and the Golan Heights. The Arabs took out their anger on the Jews in Syria. More and more Jews disappeared overnight, including Rabbi Isaac's sister Rosa. The Farhis feared for her safety, as a Muslim boy was attracted to her. His mother Direct sold her precious gold bangles to pay the smugglers. People endangered their lives to cross the Bab as-Salam border into Turkey. When they left, there were no goodbyes, because if the family had knowledge of an escape, they would be jailed. Others walked for hours in the mountains, crawling under fences where the smugglers felt it was safe to cross. Single men disappeared in droves, leaving their families behind. Soon, there were no boys to marry. And when they escaped, it had to be a moonless night. Their children had to be kept quiet. Children were sedated to make them sleep so as not to get caught. In a skendi room, which is just across the border into Turkey from Aleppo, Harun Shamash helped them get to Istanbul and finally to Israel. When my grandfather, Joseph Nassim Misri, and 5 of his siblings were able to leave Syria in 1910, his sister Grace, who had married Haim Jujati, remained there, as they had a thriving business and were quite wealthy. Over the years, various members of my family escaped. I had not been able to trace that line of the family until I recently was doing my family tree and my family history. And one of my aunts said, I think they're in New York. And so I cold called in the phone book that name, and I got a response from Isaac Jujati, one of the descendants of my great aunt Grace. His sister tells this story. My sisters Grace and Mimi escaped to Beirut in 1972 on New Year's Eve. It was a hot night to run away because the guards were busy and drunk. They went with smugglers in a car with fake IDs. They put their photo and an Arab name. They didn't even have to leave the car. It was easier to go through Beirut. Then they went to the synagogue in Beirut and stayed with the family and stayed hidden. Syrian soldiers were on the streets looking for them. Then they went by boat to Israel. When they ran away, the Mukhabarat came and almost broke the door down of our home. They went to my father's store and arrested him. It happened twice, and each time he broke from jail, you were black and blue from the beatings and the torture. Each time a child runs away, it is a few weeks in jail. They wanted to know who the smuggler was. The smuggler eventually got killed. When I was 23, I decided to escape with my best friend. We met the smuggler at night and got on a bus, but then the bus broke down. We got scared because we thought maybe it was a trick to catch us, but it was legit. It was Thursday night, January 24, 1980. Since the bus had broken down, we had to walk. We walked at night and hid during the day. We walked up and down the mountains. It was cold and snowed. We walked for 3 days until Saturday night with barely anything to eat. We walked through a river up to our neck in freezing cold water. The smugglers were carrying cocaine and drugs, and they said that if we made any noise and were caught, they would kill us. We were 30 people in total. We had babies with us. They kept giving the babies Tylenol every 4 hours to keep them quiet so they wouldn't cry. When we got to the border, we had to lie down and sleep with snow on our backs. We had to hide until it got dark. Since the bus had broken down and it took longer to get there, we had lost the smuggler reconnection across the border. We waited. The smugglers took us to a fence and cut it from the bottom in 2 places. They held up the fence and we went one by one. We had to wait for the border light to pass so that it was dark when we snuck under the fence. So it took time for all of us to get under. Once on the other side, we got a car service to a standing room. We went to an Arab hotel, but we couldn't speak because we spoke Arabic and they spoke Turkish. If they heard us speaking Arabic, we would get arrested. It was Monday, January 28th. At 6 a.m., Esther Shamosh came. She took us to her son's house where we washed up, got clean, and we stayed there until they could get us by bus to Istanbul. The snow was very high that night, and the bus couldn't handle the snow. It tumbled over. We had to get out through the window. It's a miracle no one was hurt. Then we went again by another car to the hotel. I'm telling you these stories so that you understand what people went through to leave Syria. I have many, many, many more stories. It was a nightmare living there from 1947 to 1992. This map shows you that Aleppo is, you see, to Iskenderun. It's from Aleppo to Iskenderun, it's very close. And what they did was, there's mountains in between there. And they had to climb through those mountains to get to Iskenderun. Now, further south, if you went through Damascus, you would have gone over the border into Lebanon, and it was a little easier getting into Lebanon. You didn't have to go through the mountains. You could go by car, and a lot of people who did that did it with fake passports. They would either buy a fake passport, or they would steal one and insert their pictures in, things like that. So we have a lot of stories of that, although I do have a couple of stories. Rabbi Farhi himself actually went across the river, but he went into Beirut, and when he got to Beirut, he and his friend Ezra had dressed as Arabs, and when they got to Beirut, to the synagogue, because they were dressed like Arabs, the rabbi didn't believe them and was going to turn them into the police, and they thought, after all we've been through, you're going to turn us into the police? And, then they said, look, let us pray Shachrit, and they prayed Shachrit, they put on tefillin, and then the rabbi believed them, but it took them a whole 9 months to get out of Beirut at that time. So there were a lot of people who helped on the other side of the border. And millions of dollars had gone in and was sent to Syria by the Near East Jewish Aid Society. The Joint Distribution Committee in their 1994 annual report reports something like $10 or $12 million had gone in over the years. And there were many, many, many unsuccessful attempts to get the government to release the Jews of Syria. The agency archives are rich with information and reports about this. In Beirut, until 1961, when she was arrested, Shula Cohen, aka the Pearl, helped Syrian Jews who had arrived in Beirut. She also was a Mossad agent. She passed information to Israel, and when she was arrested in 1961, she was sentenced to 10 years, but she was released after the 6-day war in a prisoner exchange. Rabbi Elia was secretary of the community in Beirut, and he worked to help with paperwork of getting people out. He was taken off the streets of Beirut by the Mukhabarak, just kidnapped, never heard from again. His body never released to his family. In Iskenderun, the Shemosh family, which was working with Mossad and the Jewish Agency, helped thousands of Jews who crossed the border get to Istanbul and then Israel. His father, Harun Shamash's father, Chacham Yaakov Shamash, was sent to Aleppo in 1932 by Rabbi Towel, and he was the rabbi, the Chazan, the Shofet. And after 1948, he was recruited to actually help the Jews who were escaping over the border. And the Israelis had paid for a hotel that people could stay in, and they were paying the expenses of people who came, and they would actually take them from Iskenderun by bus, which is a 20-hour bus ride, all the way to Istanbul, and from Istanbul they got to Israel. So people used to show up at their house at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, filthy from going under these fences, walking through the mountains, and it was just, it was horrible, the conditions. They were hungry, they were tired, they were, they had come through the cold, and it had to be a moonless night. So these people, understand, had to go through hell to get out, but they were leaving hell. So, the Syrian refugees were really desperate to get out of horrible conditions. They often used a code, like half of a photo or one piece of a set of earrings. If the smuggler had the other half, you knew he could be trusted. Some people had funds to pay for their own way. Other people didn't. But the process was that the smugglers told the refugees only to wear what was on their back. They were often smuggling drugs as well, and border patrols were looking for drugs, not people. Usually people smuggled over the border at midnight when it was dark and the guards were relaxed, or there was a change of guards. The Shemoshes got the refugees new clothing and provided them shelter. They often used the Gold Palace Hotel as a place to put the refugees. In Toronto, Judy Delcar helped over 3,200 people in Syria. She helped many escape. She paid for ransoms. She established contact with Rabbi Hamra in Damascus in the early 70s. And gradually her network grew, and she went from sending books and religious articles to sending money and to helping people. She sent money for bakshish. You see, even if you had permission to leave, you had to pay bakshish for them to stamp your papers. There's one instance of, even in 1992, where 7 people were in a family and only 6 got their passport stamped. So the family had to stay until they got that seventh passport because they wanted to leave one person behind. Judy never approached anyone. The families came to her. They would come with her phone number, and they'd find her through word of mouth. From 1977 till 2001, which was her last rescue, she was responsible for helping 3,228 Jews leave the Assad regime. She literally bought their lives. She was careful. She had rules. Each escape was meticulously planned. Each smuggler had his own route. She had an underground network of people to help, all sworn to secrecy. She helped the Sweat brothers and their families. The weather had to be dry. Moonless nights. Each escapee was instructed to wear 2 pairs of clothes. Small children and babies drugged. Those who doubt the credibility of her work need only see the mountains of files that I saw, all documenting each and every person she helped. Every letter, every wire transfer was saved and documented. And when ransoms could not be negotiated, she planned escapes. Most went to Israel, but many came here to New York. There is a Sephardic tradition of honoring our parents by naming your children for them. Many of those who were helped by Judy have their namesakes in our community. In 1977, there was Congressman Stephen Solars and community member Steve Shalom arranged for brides to come here to New York because there were no men for these girls to marry. And there were subsequent things like that. In 1975, 60 Minutes did interviews in Israel, in Syria, and they got heavily criticized because they were, they had a hoax put over their eyes. The day before Mike Wallace was to be there and he went to do an interview, they gave the person he was interviewing a new ID card without the word Moussaoui on it. Moussaoui was on every ID card in Syria. So during a time when the world was focused on the issue of Soviet Jewry, little attention was being paid to the plight of Syrian Jews. Dr. Maya Ballas was here today, thank you. Dr. Ballas, came to the United States in 1978. It took 2 years for him to get permission to leave Syria, and it was with the help of Congressman Solars and community member Stephen Shalom. He ran away from severe oppression and wanted to get into a special medical program. When he arrived in New York, he started to raise awareness about what his fellow Syrians were living through. And he started giving speeches to Hadassah, to Shaved Zion, to many synagogues. In 1989, he became president of the Council for the Rescue of Syrian Jews. Marco Solta and Alistair Dell followed him, and they had a wonderful team of people. He took 10 years of his life to work on the issue of releasing people from Syria. In 1992, the Assad regime decided to let the people go. Dr. Ballas personally met with President George Bush to put the issue of Jews of Arab lands on the map. The council saw the political situation might be opening for doors to immigration. The Soviet Union had fallen apart, Syria needed money, they wanted the United States support. Syria approached the US and the council said, every conversation has to be about the Syrian Jews. Let my people go. It was April 1992, Passover, when Assad decided to release the Jews. 4,500 people left between 1992 and 1994. They almost all came to New York. Resettlement was a major task, major. You had people coming by plane loads every single week. SAFRA funded money for their airline tickets, but Assad would only allow round trip tickets. So they would have to run and get the second half of that ticket refunded and then reuse it for somebody else. And then you had settlement. 4,500 people who needed apartments, needed places to live, needed jobs, needed English classes. Diana took care of the English classes, but they had cultural issues. They had all the Russians, and then they had all the Syrians. And guess what? Those two twain were not meeting because they were very different cultural issues. Highest dealing with all of the paperwork, the refugee paperwork that came with it. And then you had 900 children who had to be placed in yeshiva. And Dr. Vallis, God bless his soul, 900 children using a sprinkling system, a couple of seats here, a couple of seats there. English classes for children during the summer so that they could learn English before they went to school in September. Managed to get 900 children placed in yeshiva. 900 children. And imagine Passover, imagine Rosh Hashanah. All of those people are now wanting to go to synagogue. Synagogues didn't have enough room for them. Shabbat Zion had to be expanded. Tents had to be put up. Amazing things had to happen in the community, and everybody had to walk to shul. Nobody was living far away from a shul. Everybody had to live in a shul in a Sephardic neighborhood. So you can imagine this was a major effort. The Federation raised money to help. I think it was something like in the neighborhood, Dr. Dallas can correct me, it's something in the neighborhood of $20 to $30 million. But guess what? The most important detail I can add from you for this is that 8 decades after my family had left Syria, the last member of my family came, Edmund Johnson. I don't know if you want to take questions or did you want to come back? Yeah. With that, I'm going to invite Sally Cohen up. Sally Cohen is the teacher from Hillel High School in Deal, New Jersey. And Sally will introduce the students that have come and done a presentation on their family histories. Sally? And let's give the students a round of applause. They have worked very hard on these presentations.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting us here. Thank you to Sabrina for always. Okay, fine. So to my students, come take your seats by the table over here. Thank you to Sabrina. Thank you to all of you for having my students today. It's an honor to be here. They all have different stories. They're here to share their different familial past. Some are more recent, some are more behind. They all have Sephardic descent. And so I hope you enjoy every single one. I'll introduce them as they come up. Our first speaker is Sophia Levy. She's a junior at Hillel High School.
Hi, my name is Sophia Levy. I'm a junior in Hillel Yeshiva High School located in Ocean Township, New Jersey. I'm so honored to have been given this opportunity to tell you about my family's Sephardic heritage. Here's my family's legacy that I will walk you through today. Learning about your family's history is very important. Your past shapes who you are and how you got to the person you are now. I decided to write about Joe and Sarah Cuffey, my great-great-grandparents. I'm here today because of them. Here is a picture of my great-grandma Sarah and my great-great-grandpa Joseph. Their name was originally Cuffey, but once they immigrated to America, it was spelled Hackett because many people could not pronounce Cuffey. The Arabic word Kafif means light and active. My great Jidda Joe Kafif is the inspiration behind my Jidda Joe Hafid. Jidda is the Arabic word for grandfather. My great Jidda left Aleppo, Syria, and came by boat to Ellis Island in 1912, leaving behind his wife there and newborn son. At the time, it was hard to make a living because of Turkey's ownership over Syria. Jewish boys over 13 would be taken and forced to enlist into the Turkish army. After serving in the army, they were forbidden to practice Judaism. This was the main reason for why they moved. He brought his wife Sarah and child Isaac, my great Jidda, in 1918. Here was my great-grandma's passport. And this was their wedding invitation in French. And now here's their citizenship showing that they are citizens of the United States. When my great Jidda lived in Aleppo, he shared an apartment with 5 to 6 other families. Once he came to New York, he moved into a small house on 67th Street, Bay Parkway, Brooklyn, New York. My great Jidda was an importer in order to make a livelihood. He eventually made so much money from this that he entered into the wholesale market, which was everyone's dream. Because he was one of the first Syrian Jews to immigrate to New York, people would either work for him and his partner Mar Sweat or Isaac Shalom when they came off the boat at Ellis Island. Along with Mr. Hidary, Mr. Bradley, and Mr. Sultan, he also founded the first Jewish cemetery. The name Joe Hafid is on the pillars in the cemetery at the opening where the Jewish Syrians are buried. Due to his great success, he made numerous charitable donations. His name is on a plaque in the First Magen David Shul located on 67th Street in Bensonhurst. Here's the notepad showing that they worked together. My great Jidda realized there was a need for a Syrian rabbi for this growing community. He personally contacted and sponsored Rabbi Jacob Katzen from Israel to come to America. He became the chief rabbi of the Syrian community in Brooklyn, New York. My great Jidda passed away on June 13, 1978. In the eulogy that Chief Rabbi Jacob Katzen gave at the funeral, he said, "I wouldn't be speaking to you guys today if it weren't for this man." My great Jidda had 5 children. His oldest child, Isaac, is my great-grandfather who married Frida Ashkenazi. My great-grandma Frida moves back to New York from North Carolina because she was of marriageable age, and her parents knew the importance of marrying within the community. Her brothers Saul and Eli Ashkenazi are 2 of the founders of the founding fathers of Hillel Yeshiva, the school that I attend today. Their portrait is hung in the Founders Hall at Howard School. My great-grandparents had 4 children. My auntie Cookie Soroya, my auntie Gloria, who passed away at the age of 2, and my Jiddo Joe, and my auntie Susie Liza. My Jiddo Joseph Hafid was named after his grandfather, Joseph Kafi. The Syrian custom till today is to name after your parents, living or dead. He wanted to be called Jidda to follow the footsteps of his grandfather and his dad. My Jidda was born on June 5th, 1949 in Brooklyn, New York. He moved around a lot when he was younger because his father needed to make a living and had different stores. He lived on Ocean Parkway for 2-3 years, then moved to St. Louis, Missouri for his dad's business. The store his dad owned there burned down and he lost all his money because his father didn't have any insurance on the store. His mom, Frida, said, "Instead of starting all over, let's just move back to New York and work to be with the community." After his sister Susie was born, they left for New York. They stayed there for a little while and then moved to Bergenfield, New Jersey for 2 years. He was there for kindergarten and first grade. Then they moved to Teaneck, New Jersey. They were one of the first Jewish families to live there. Next, they moved back to Brooklyn, New York, where they lived on Ocean Parkway again. From Ocean Parkway, they moved and rented on East 9th Street in Brooklyn until finally they were able to buy the home next door. I really wasn't lying when I said they moved around a lot. My Jidda attended PS 238 Brooklyn for middle school and went to Lincoln High School where he graduated. He went to Kingsborough Community College, which is still here today in Manhattan Beach. He wanted to major in business, but was denied and told he needed to major in liberal arts. He refused to go to classes that did not focus or help with the business major he needed. The school told him either take the classes or leave, so he left. My Jidda wanted to fulfill his father's dreams of having his son go to college, even though all he wanted to do was work. At the time, if you were a college student, you were not drafted into the army. Now that he wasn't a college student, he was drafted in 1970 to the Army as a National Guard. He was sent to Maryland to become a mechanic. There were only 13 Jewish boys in his unit. Once he was done serving, he moved back to New Jersey in the summer and met my grandma Sophie Hattie Catholic. He was at Bradley Beach one day with his friend and saw this beautiful lady, my grandma, holding a bag at his side. He told his friend, "Wow, she's gorgeous. Who is that?" And his friend was confused until my Jidda pointed at her. He said, "That's my cousin Sophie. Want me to introduce you to her?" He took her out on a date and left her. She was 16 and my Jidda was 20 at the time. So when my grandma's dad asked him, "Are you serious and ready for marriage?" he said no, and they broke up. 4 years later, he saw her at a party in December, and they started dating again. They ended up getting married on June 15, 1975. They moved to New Jersey and settled in West Long Branch. They still own the house that they bought many, many years ago. My Jiddo Joe followed in his Jiddo Joe's footsteps by founding West Long Branch Synagogue and bringing Rabbi Reuven Sema from Israel to lead the congregation. Bezrat Hashem, they have 4 beautiful daughters. My mom, Frida Gloria Levy, named after his mom and his sister who passed away. My Auntie Esther, named for my grandma's mom. My Auntie Elizabeth, named for my grandma's sister. And my Auntie Susan, named for my Jiddo sister. I'm standing here today, named after my grandmother Sophie. My dad, Eddie Levy, who learned from his family and my mom's family, is continuing the legacy left behind. He was a crucial part in founding and still running Eaton Town's, shuls, kids, teens, and First Minyan online holidays. I had the pleasure of interviewing my Jiddo Joe Hatter. He was the source of all this information. He gives valuable life lessons to me that I will cherish always. Every time I speak with him, I feel inspired. I had the chance to get to know my Jiddo better and learn more about my family's history. It is important to learn about your family's heritage, traditions, and history so that it can be passed down, not forgotten, and learned from by future generations. What kind of person you are is shown by your background. I'm fortunate to have been raised in a wonderful household by my parents who were taught these traditions. I can't wait to tell my children these stories in the future and pass down to them the traditions and heritage that I learned from Bezrat Hashem. Here is my little family. Thank you.
That was beautiful, Sophia. Great job. Next up. Okay, next up is Jacob Smedley. He had passed in different places. I think he's now going to speak a little bit about Egyptian history today. So Jacob Smedley.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jacob Smedley, and I have the honor and privilege of sharing with you the inspiring story of my Sephardic heritage. The journey of the Shehebar family is a remarkable story of survival, resilience, and determination. Our story begins in Aleppo, Syria, where my great-grandfather, Gabriel's great-grandparents, faced a heartbreaking challenge. Every time his great-grandmother had a baby boy, the child would either pass away at an early age or be stillborn. Seeking a solution, they consulted a rabbi who advised them to change their last name from Lacham to Shehebar. Shehebar meaning the boy should live. She-Chai-Bar. This change marked a new beginning to the family and bringing hope for the future. Abraham Shehebar, Gabriel's father, was born in Aleppo into a family of 9 siblings, each of whom settled in different countries. Abraham moved to Egypt, where he married multiple times. His 2 wives tragically passed away after a few years of marriage, and his 3rd wife, who was Gabriel's mother, was born in Turkey, and together they immigrated to Egypt. Gabriel Shehebar was born in Cairo, Egypt, where he grew up with his 6 brothers and 3 sisters. His father was a hard-working man who traveled from village to village, selling goods and ran a wholesale business. Gabriel began working aside him at a young age, and despite their modest lifestyle, they always enjoyed a good meal and a comfortable setting for Shabbat. Gabriel studied at a Jewish school and attended yeshiva to learn Hebrew. He accompanied his father to shul every morning, maintaining their religious lifestyle. Gabriel soon met his wife, Marcel Levy, who lived across the street from him. He thought she was very pretty and immediately decided he loved her and he wanted to marry her. But she was hesitant because she was 15 and he was 24. So she suggested her older sisters to marry him. But Gabriel persisted until she agreed. And her parents liked Gabriel because he was doing business with their family was doing business with each other, they're very trustworthy people. So Gabriel and Marcel got married and lived in a small apartment. Gabriel always joked that it must have been true love since he was poor at the time and didn't have much to offer. Marcel, other than his love, Marcel would respond that she married him for security, as her father was near death and wanted her to find a husband before he passed. Even though her father died shortly after the wedding, Gabriel always knew that deep down she truly loved him. Gabriel and Marcel were very happy and lived among a large Jewish community in Egypt. They had 5 children together: Albert, nicknamed Pedro, Isaac, nicknamed Zacho, Giselle, nicknamed Ziza, my grandfather Jack, nicknamed Juki, and the youngest Joseph, who was nicknamed Jojo. In 1948, when Israel gained independence, the Arabs in Cairo became very hostile towards the Jews. Gabriel's brother Joseph was violently beaten while alone with his attackers proclaiming, "Here's a Jew." Fortunately, the police saved him, but Joseph decided he didn't want to live in an Arab-controlled country anymore, so he got a visa and he fled to Cuba with his family. In 1952, political changes in Egypt led to further hardships for the Jewish community. Gabriel and Marcel realized it was time to leave Egypt, and they followed Gabriel's brother to Cuba. In Cuba, Gabriel worked in the alligator bag business, like the alligator skin bag, a trade he learned from his brother. Despite the challenges, Gabriel worked hard and eventually found success. However, the political changes in Cuba led Gabriel and the family to leave once again, but this time for the United States of America. Despite the initial challenges at the airport where his visa was questioned and so many difficulties, they eventually gained entry and reunited with his family, all in New York City. In the face of challenges, Gabriel's entrepreneurial spirit showed through. He went to various businesses, including a successful one in the alligator bag business. His true calling was when he began working for Jack Tobias, a business owner and a store owner who recognized Gabriel's potential. Under Jack's mentorship, Gabriel learned the intricacies of running a successful business. He pushed his skills and eventually took over the store, turning it into a thriving enterprise. Gabriel's success did not stop there. He expanded his business ventures, opening multiple stores and acquiring chain stores from Rainbow Shops. He dedicated his craft and community and earned him a reputation for selling quality goods at affordable prices. Despite his business mindset, Gabriel remained humble and committed to his roots. He dedicated much of his time and resources to charitable causes, including building schools and supporting orphanages in Israel. His philanthropic efforts extended to his community, where he sponsored various initiatives and provided assistance to those in need. Family was always the forefront of Gabriel's life. He instilled in his children a sense of unity and purpose, encouraging them to work together and support each other. His children, in turn, embraced his teachings, becoming successful entrepreneurs in their own right. The Mirror Yeshiva played a significant role in their family's life. Rabbi Kalmanowitz went to Arab lands to bring boys to America to study at the Mirror Yeshiva, to house them and to study there. Vero was one of the 20 boys taken from Egypt. Vero's mother wanted to go to America because she really, really missed him. And she said, and I quote, "My life without Vero is dark and black." So they left Egypt, and they were so grateful for the school support and caring for their child that they made a significant, generous donation to the Mirror Yeshiva. His son, Jack Juki Shehivar, was born on November 14, 1952 in Cairo, Egypt. Although they were not very religious, the family celebrated some traditions like Purim and with costumes and gifts, and Jack and his brothers had their bar mitzvahs at Maggid David Shul, where they enjoyed singing, dancing, and reading from the Torah. Weddings in his youth were simple and often held in parks, filled with community spirit and joy. Jack excelled in history at school and liked playing basketball and listening to Arabic music in his free time. He lived in a small 4-floor apartment with his siblings, sharing a room with his brother while his sister had a smaller space. Monopoly was always the was always a board game that he played, showing a simpler form of entertainment compared to today. Starting as a staff clerk, Jack worked hard and became the CEO. Inspired by his friend Maurice and his boss, Jack learned the importance of hard work and perseverance. Jack was beginning to date a girl named Marilyn Beebe. Their first date was a few days later at a discotheque called Hippopotamus. During the date, Jack saw a man selling flowers outside the restaurant. And when he asked the seller how much flowers he had, the seller replied, "Have 100. To which Jack responded, "I'll take them all." After their engagement, he filled her entire living room with 50 bouquets of flowers, sweeping her off her feet. Jack married his wife, Marilyn Beebe, after they were introduced at her friend Alan Chavez's wedding. They married on November 6, 1976, in Manhattan Beach, because that's where Marilyn's father married all of her daughters. Jack was working at a store in downtown Wall Street called Juki's, which is ironically his nickname. He had 4 stores by the age of 23. It was easier to run a store in those days, and his older brother was in wholesale, while Jack handled retail. Whenever Jack had a hot item, he would give it to his older brother to sell, feeding the wholesale business and ensuring that it did well. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Gabriel was born a year later, followed by Marcy, my mom, and in 1979. Before Ike was born in 1980, Jack joined the wholesale business to help his brothers Vero and Zach, leaving Jojo to handle retail. Unable to live in their apartment anymore because their family was growing, they started to look for a house and found one on East 3rd, while Jack was overseas in China. Over the course of his life, he donated to organizations and buildings in several places. Marcy Shahibar met her future husband, Salo Smenke, at the engagement party for Stephanie and Jack Moseri. Salo's charm and delightful personality quickly captivated her, and in just 1 week, they realized they were meant for each other, and 11 months later, they were married in Manhattan. Marcy often describes their time as newlyweds like a fairy tale. They lived in a small apartment, but the love that they shared for each other was surpassed any material measure. Salo began his career in the cell phone business, but soon moved into the clothing industry. Despite his efforts, he never felt fully satisfied until he discovered his passion for real estate. Their family grew with the birth of their first child, Moses, and then a year later, Jacob, which is me. Then Yosef, Smeki, and then Miriam. Today, Moses Smeki graduated from Magen David High School, and Jacob is right here. And Yosef is just graduating 8th grade, and Miriam is in the 6th grade. Overall, I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity and honor of sharing my Sephardic heritage and the story which gave our families. From the love of Syria to Egypt to Cuba and the United States, our family's journey showed how strong and determined they were. Despite many challenges, our ancestors never gave up and built a legacy of love, community, and success. We continue to value our Sephardic traditions and treasure our time together as a family. I'm very grateful to be a part of this amazing family. Thank you.
If it's not clear by now how hard my students have worked, I'm so proud of them. Next up, Linda Anner.
Hi, my name is Linda Hannon, and today I'll be talking about my great-great-grandfather, Chacham Matubavadi, and how he came to America. Chacham Matubavadi was born in the late 19th century in Halifax, Syria. At a very young age, he mastered the basic knowledge of Torah, and it was very clear that he would grow to become an outstanding Talmid Chacham and Torah leader. At the age of 20, he emigrated to Israel and continued his higher learning. He was a close friend and colleague of Rabbi Ezra Atiyah, who later became a founder and the lifelong Rosh HaYeshiva of Parat Yosef, the flagship Sephardi yeshiva in Israel and the entire world. At that time, he also met and married Esther Nahum, daughter of Ezra Nahum, who was an outstanding Bulgarian Jew. Ezra Nahum was a wealthy philanthropist who supported many rabbis. He wanted Nahum to be a full-time rabbi in Jerusalem and offered to support his family. However, Nahum did not want to be beholden to anyone, and being able to support his own family was very important to him. In the early 20th century, many economic opportunities arose in America. Chacham Abadi attempted to build a life there, so he left his wife and 3 children with Nahum and left for America in 1921. Trying to build a better life, he opened up an office and bought merchandise that he resold to retail stores. At the time, he was already an established rabbi and started teaching Talmud Torah in the Syrian community of Benzimos. His Torah teachings helped create a solid foundation for many youth, setting them on the course to live a religious and traditional lifestyle. Today, many of the elderly members of the community credit Chacham Abadi for molding them to their religious background. He was also a member of Magen David Bet Din, involving himself in resolving disputes among members of the community. In 1924, he sent for his wife and kids to come join him in America. It was a long and difficult journey. Mr. Nahum sent them with a maid to help them get settled. After settling, Chacham Abadi and his wife had 2 more children, one being the great-grandma Evelyn. Chacham Atub served for a full 10 years as the main teacher for the elementary classes and the main Talmud Torah teacher for the higher grades. He also served in various high schools and taught yeshiva graduates. Chacham Abadi never accepted any official rabbinic title or pulpit assignment in the community. His primary focus and goal always remained the same: to teach Torah and educate the community. Chief Rabbi Yaakov Kassin had a great admiration for Chacham Atub and said at his website, "When I visited the Talmud Torah, I saw a light, similar to the Hashemah, a man distinguished among the people, full of wisdom and pure intelligence, full of Torah and perception, full of depth and clear thinking, all these attributes in one person, in him." In Magen David of Bensonhurst in the 1930s, he began his students Shabbat afternoon class with prominent and learned laymen of the community. This class grew and continued as the community moved to Sharet Zion. For 40 years, Chacham Abadi had a loyal group of students that learned from him and followed in his ways. Some of these prominent men became founders and leaders of every major community institution, including synagogues, Talmud Torah, yeshiva, etc. The rabbi guided them and assisted them behind the scenes in major decisions in building these institutions. Many of these men are still active in community projects to this very day. Towards the end of his life, Chacham Abadi wrote Magen David, a book on Halacha. In 1970, at the age of 83, Chacham Abadi passed away in Brooklyn, New York. His funeral was held in Magen David, and many prominent rabbis and leaders of the community made eulogies in his honor. There were well over 1,000 people, both inside and out, that came to pay their last respects to the great rabbi and Talmid Chacham. He was buried in Israel on Har HaMenachot. To this day, his sefarim and personal writings are kept safely in the special Rabbi Matzub Abadi library in Jerusalem. He will always be remembered by the community for his Torah education, respect for the community, family values, and love for Israel. May his memory be blessed forever. Chacham Abadi's life embodies a rich tapestry of Jewish heritage characterized by resilience, adaptability, and a commitment to faith and community. His story serves as a beacon of inspiration for future generations, illuminating the enduring values that define Jewish experience. My great-grandma Evelyn, Chacham Abadi's daughter, carries on his legacy. She was a remarkable woman who shared a captivating story that embodied the essence of Jewish heritage and the pursuit of opportunity. Born into a family that saw a better life, Evelyn's journey reflects the timeless themes of perseverance that define the Jewish experience. Evelyn pursued her education diligently, embodying the Jewish value of learning. When she was 5 years old, her mother took her to Israel to visit her family in Jerusalem, at the time called Paz. And they were supposed to only go for 3 months, but they ended up staying for 9, causing her to miss the entire first grade. She was always a year behind the other kids, and it took her a while to catch up, but she did. She went to Lafayette High School in Brooklyn, and her father always believed that women should pursue education, and so she started in Dartmouth College at the City University of New York. She went for a year and a half, and then she got married and job there. When Evelyn was 40 and her kids were mostly grown, she decided to go back to college and finish to get her degree. When she was 50, she graduated Brooklyn College, got her Bachelor's of Arts degree, and majored in history. Family and community played a central role in Evelyn's life, highlighted by her family's connection to synagogues in Brooklyn. From the historic Magen David Shul to Shaarei Zion, these places of worship served as pillars of support and belongings for Evelyn's family. Evelyn's love story with her husband Maurice Mosey Rowney reflects the importance of community and mutual support within the Jewish culture. Their introduction through mutual friends symbolizes the interconnectedness of Jewish communities and bonds that unite them. Evelyn draws inspiration from her role models, including her mother and her mother-in-law, who exemplify strength and resilience in the face of adversity. Her mother-in-law, Grace Rowney, was always an upbeat and positive, even though she had a child with a disability and a husband who wasn't one. She always counted her blessings and focused only on what was in her control. Her mother, Esther Valley, was also a great inspiration because she came to this country from a wealthy home, and when she came here, she was forced to start all over. She learned a new language and adapted into a new way of life without the support of her family. My great-grandma Evelyn and her father, Chacham Ubabadi, serve as a great inspiration to me and my entire family as we all look up to them as our greatest role models and mentors. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Grandma Evelyn is everybody's grandma. She goes to the FN Field Supporting Network in New Jersey and always loves to share her stories with everybody. So thank you, Linda. Next up, Michael Beavis.
Hi, everyone. My name is Michael Beavis, and I'm a junior at LA Yeshiva High School. I live in the Syrian Jewish community of Deal, New Jersey, and I am very the story of my father, Eli Beavis. This story starts with the marriage of my grandparents, Albert and Lisa Beavis. After this, the couple went on to have 2 sons, which was, of course, my father and his older brother, Sabi. My father was born in Istanbul, Turkey, which in turn allowed for him to acquire a Turkish passport. Here's the passport. They display his first and last name, his mother, his father, and his date of birth, of course. After living in Istanbul, After living in Istanbul for his first 2 years of life, my father's parents decided to pack up and make Aliyah to Israel, specifically residing in the city of Bat Yam, which is just south of Tel Aviv. Growing up in Israel, Hebrew became my father's first language. Along with this, my father would pick up some Turkish words and phrases from hearing his parents speak the language in their household. Since our family originally came from Spain, my grandmother would speak the language of Ladino, also known as Judeo-Spanish, with her relatives. This language is a mixture of Spanish and Hebrew with hints of Arabic and Turkish and originated in Spain while Jews lived there before the Spanish Inquisition. After living in Israel until he was 13 years old, Eli's parents again decided to move to a new country, but this time it was the United States. His family ended up settling in Brooklyn, New York. This was obviously a big change in my father's life that would come with some struggles as he would not be able to speak English while starting to attend school. Despite this challenge early on in my father's life, he was able to easily overcome this as he has an ability to pick up new languages extremely quickly. My father was not brought up in an Orthodox environment, so he did not attend yeshiva, but rather went to a public high school. Although this was the case, it was still a traditional Jewish family that celebrated all of the holidays. Here is my father and his cousin celebrating Purim in Israel. My father is dressed as a police officer, second to the right. Growing up in a non-Orthodox household created another challenge for my father, as he had aspirations of raising children in a more religious manner. After he graduated high school, my father went off to college where he met his future wife and my mother, Danielle. My parents figured out that they had lived in the same city of Bat Yam in Israel and were only a few blocks away from each other. After dating for some time and getting engaged, the two decided to finish college early and graduate with associate's degrees so that they could get married. My father now had to start working since he got married, so he partnered up with my grandfather in owning retail stores in New York City. As I've heard from my father, I know for a fact that he really enjoyed working with my grandfather, that he had an amazing personality and was able to lighten up any situation with his humor. My grandfather also set an amazing example when it came to his respect and care for my grandmother, which was a lesson that my father uses to this day when it comes to treating my mother with respect and care. After over 10 years of living in Brooklyn, New York, my father and mother decided to move to the up-and-coming Syrian Jewish community of Deal, New Jersey, ultimately setting up in Eatontown in the year of 1997. At this point in time, the community had just barely reached this part of Eatontown that they were living in, but there were more and more families moving in every year. Since this new part of the community was getting started, my father was able to become part of the first group of families in the Eatontown synagogue. After having children, my father was finally able to fulfill his dream of raising a family in a Jewish environment. Since he lived in this community, he was able to send all four of his boys to Hillel Yeshiva. My father was extremely grateful for the opportunities he was given that allowed him to raise children, that allowed him to raise an amazing family in the exact way that he envisioned it as a child. Thank you.
And I'd like to congratulate my students, it's a fantastic job. You can see that they work hard and prepared. They're part of a 2-year program. It actually begins in middle school. I teach middle and high school at Hillel Yeshiva in Deal, New Jersey. And in middle school, they work to interview their great-grandparents and learn the history of their families. And as they grow into high school, they learn about the communities and all of the whole of how many different communities joined here into New York and all over the world throughout all of the times that they had to leave, unfortunately, like Serena said. We came in the early 1900s for good reasons, and as things got more difficult over time, it got harder to come. And you can see the progression of how they've learned about their families, and I'm so proud of that. I wanted to tell you real quick, I'm a teacher for about 5 or 6 years in Hillel. All of what I have to do is in gratitude to my father, Mr. Charles Zaka, who instilled in me from when I was young the importance of our heritage. He bought me books as a child called The Men of Faith and Vision. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of them, but they're a part of my life and everyone should buy a copy. And I wanted to quickly show you something that really finished, that gave me a sense of pride this year as I was able to take a trip to Israel and visit my daughter on a mission in February. And I hadn't planned that that was the way I was going to visit my daughter. Of course, we planned to go visit just on a regular trip, but I was honored and privileged to join a mission in February. And I took the opportunity on the last day, after seeing many different things. On the last day, they gave us a few hours to visit things for ourselves. And we got to visit Me'arat HaMachpelah. I had never been. I'm married to a Kohen. We don't usually go to graves. And something there spoke to me, and I felt it was important to share as we're closing up over here. So he's signing in, but the first one is a picture that I saw on the wall, and I'll just read it to you what it says, and then you'll see the picture in a minute. It's a picture by one of the Keramim, and it says as you walk in, "V'zocher chasei avot u'mevi go'el l'bnei v'bneihem l'ma'an shemo be'ahava." Hashem remembers the kindness of our forefathers and brings Geulah to their children because he keeps his word with love. And I felt Hashem was talking to us. You know, we've been through so many things, but God will never forget all the kindness that we've done, that we do for him, and he's going to continue to shower that upon us. And the second was at a gravesite a few hours later that I got to be able to see, which I've never seen before. It was the kever of Ruth Yishai. I don't know if anyone's ever been there. It's in Hebron, and it was an unbelievable sight. And on this cave, it says, there's a beautiful plaque, and it said, "The tomb of Yishai and Ruth. The beautification project is supported by the 26th Council for Redemption of a group from the New York Jewish Syrian community on a mission to restore the honor of our ancestors. If we know where we come from, we can dream about where we are going." And I felt like that was speaking to me. Clearly, we need to learn about our past in order to take it back with us into the future. It's our job as parents, as teachers, as community members to talk about our past so that it never gets forgotten, so that they can share that with their generations. Here, let me show you. So that's the one at Me'arat HaMachpelah. And that's actually on, I believe it's Abraham's kever on the front of the grave site. And that's where we talk about how Hashem will never forget the kindness and give it to us with love. That's a picture of the people on my mission. That's me as my daughter in the center with the blue jacket, and a bunch of the people we've been on a mission together with. Very unbelievable time. On the bottom is here at Kever Yishai Beirut, where it talks about how a group of Jewish Syrian people have donated to beautify the different communities that are in Israel. And that's what it says. If we know where we come from, we can dream about where we are going. And then I think there's one more slide, which shows us a picture of us on the mission, visiting right before we put back to come to America. Thank you for this opportunity. It's such an honor. Great job for serving our everything you've done. And keep on going doing well. Thank you.
Sally and the kids, thank you so much. What a beautiful, beautiful set of presentations. Give them all a round of applause. You know, I do a lot of genealogy work, and what I tell my clients and what I tell people is, you're doing this for your grandchildren's grandchildren. So, kids, whatever you've done today, think about your grandchildren's grandchildren, and write it down and make sure you pass it on. And with that, I'll turn it back to Dr. O'Han. Here.
Okay, folks, I want to say that although I was somewhat disappointed that we didn't start on time, it looks like actually we will succeed in ending on time. I want to express my gratitude on behalf of Touro University once again to Ms. Jamie Venezia for all her hard work and sharing everything else. It has been a wonderful experience working with Serena Roca and with Dr. Hayon and putting together this very important conference. I'm going to turn it over finally to Dr. Hayon to close this conference, and I want to thank you again for your attendance.
Thank you, Dr. Abrahamson. In matter of fact, in the 8th conference here in the United States. We are trying, it's not so easy, but we are trying. We started the beginning in the University of Maryland, then we moved to Yeshiva University, and then to the Jewish Historian Museum, and now with Dr. Henry Abrahamson in Touro University, and I hope that we are going to stay here for a few years at least. Be'ezrat Hashem. And I would like to say that every time we have this kind of conference, I could feel the richness, new materials, new figures, new numbers, new facts that we keep learning. But the most impressive, when you see the young generation continue and takes it over. It's not easy, and this is very a good chance to thank to their teacher, their leader, Ms. Sally Cohen. It's very, very important, very, very important. We try, and the whole idea is to give and to transfer all this knowledge, all this heritage to the new generation. I'd like to thank all the lecturers, starting with the first one, Professor Chaim Saadon from the Ben Tzvi Institute, originally from the Open University. Now he's part of the Ben Tzvi Institute. I would like to thank our expert, the journalist, the researcher, Mr. Ben-Gurion, you can deal without feel conference. I would like to thank also Professor Carol Basri. Without Salka Goldstein, well, she was with us. I hope she is listening. She will see it probably. She will see it in the on the YouTube. By the way, all the conferences, and if you are also interested in the history, the culture of any country, any Jewish community from Syria, from Egypt, from Lebanon, from Morocco, you can always look for the Dahan Center YouTube, and you can listen to every conference. It's divided by sessions. You can take one of the sessions and listen and study anything that you want to study as more. This conference also will be on the YouTube, the Dahan Center YouTube. And I want to thank, of course, who else said it? Sarina Rofe. Sarina Rofe. And our friend, our host, our lecturer, our partner, Dr. Henry Abraham. I would like also to thank my friend, whom I am working for many, many years to try to learn and to study the heritage of the all the Jewish communities from not only from Arab countries, but because because Moshe Zafrani used to be the national inspector and he was in charge inheriting this very, very important heritage in the schools. And I'm glad now that he's working with the Banksy Institute and he's sharing with us this kind of conference. So I think we have Jamie, you thank her. And I think we found
Alex thought to talk.
Alex. Yeah, you are brother. And thank you very much, Alex. For the wonderful work. And the professional work, everything went smooth. Everything went smooth. It's not so
And thanks for Shimon Ohio. So what a compliment.
You know, Ben, let's share next year.
Okay. All right. Very good. Well done, Alex. Thank you for taking it.
And good luck on doing you. How's it said? You're gonna be great and missed.
I'm gonna be great. I'm sorry.
You're gonna be great. I enjoy working with you.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be a new challenge. So good luck.